Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you are seated at the back and you want to move closer, please feel free to do so. Thank you, whoever that lovely person was. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be beginning and commencing this amazing experience. I call it an experience because there's lots that we have in store for you. But we will be beginning in a moment. I just wanted to give everybody some time to just settle down. And if you wish to move forward, the barriers have been removed. So if you want to move closer, please feel free to do that. And then we shall be beginning in a moment. Thank you. Thank you so much. And please do forgive us. We are commencing just ever so slightly behind schedule. But we hope to catch up as the time proceeds. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. And I will hand over to the AV team for a moment. Thank you.
Welcome to Saïd Business School. The event is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure your mobile device is on silent. If the fire alarm sounds, please stay calm and follow the directions provided by the event staff, who will lead you to the school's assembly point. All guests will have the opportunity to meet today's speakers during our networking session, which is taking place at the end of today's talk. Please join us if you can. We thank you for your cooperation and hope you enjoy your time with us today.
Fabulous. And so, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Oxford. Anyone excited? Yeah. I heard a yeah from here. What was you? Let's celebrate this lovely lady, everybody. Yeah, I love that. Welcome to Oxford. And we must remember that we're also streaming this event live online. So to all our guests who are online, welcome as well, ladies and gentlemen. This has been tagged as part of the Distinguished Speaker Seminar Series, Better Leadership for a Better World. So it's a great opportunity for us to have conversations and to discuss so much that affects our world. My name is Ayobami Akinyode Olunloyo. It's a pleasure and an honor to be your host today. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we commence, if you have a neighbor, I want you to use your human compass, right? So if you have a neighbor to your north, your south, east, or west, say hello to them, welcome them warmly. And let's generate some great energy in the room. Yes. I notice you don't have anybody on the north side. Oh, I am on the north side. Fabulous. It is absolutely important to generate great energy, and it's great to be here at Oxford. Anyone? First time at Oxford, anyone? Anyone? Really? Let's appreciate these guys. Well done. Well, I would really be with you, except that I came here before to plan things out, but here we are. So, it is really, really a moment of reflection, I would say, as we commence now, because there's so much in store, and this experience, as I call it, has so much to teach us, to challenge us, and also to share with us. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Saïd Business School here at the University of Oxford. In this aptly named Nelson Mandela Lecture Theatre, I think it is worth putting our hands together for an icon, someone, and there's a bust there of Madiba himself. And so as we gather here at the oldest university in the English-speaking world, ladies and gentlemen, I could not resist beginning without injecting some good old rivalry into the mix. Although I have spent relatively little time here at Oxford, it feels weirdly familiar. And I say that because I'm here standing gratefully as a member of the Cambridge community. Specifically, the Judge Business School. And as we say in Oxbridge parlance, the other place. Yes? Are there any cantabs in the house? Anyone? Thank you, sir. So, to the gentleman in the blue suit. Thank you. Today, however, is not about Cambridge, but it is about Oxford, especially as we gather to celebrate a respected, dedicated, and trailblazing Oxonian on the occasion of her 60th birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate the one and only Miss Arunma Oteh. I will encourage you to rise as we celebrate her. Thank you so much, everybody. If you're going to stand, then we're going to stand. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a very warm audience. And she is very dear to us. She is many things to many people. And as the days progress, we will hear a lot more about that as we celebrate the goodness of God in her life. Amen. So, her simple but clear vision as we embark on this 2-day journey is that each of you, in a personal way, will encounter this citadel of learning that holds over 900 years of history. We hope that this experience will inspire, challenge, and encourage you to impact the world, to impact your world, even more positively, one action at a time. In a sense, at this first event, we all get to be Oxford students for a day. Well, alongside those of us who are actually students here right now. Any students in the house? Please, let's appreciate them. Thank you. Well done for getting into Oxford and being here. Woven into these discussions we're about to have is the fact that Ms. Oteh's philosophy is that prosperity can reach greater portions of the global population by addressing 5 key themes: better leadership, empowering women, driving sustainability, unleashing Africa's potential, and harnessing the power of capital markets. As a result, the format of this event will include a keynote address combined with a series of sitting and standing panels from which we shall hear a lot more about these subjects. Many of you have been asked to speak, and time, as usual, is a premium resource today. So I would kindly like to ask that you please accept the time you've been allocated as literal, not advisory. Especially as we would love to hear from as many people as possible. The sitting panels will typically last no more than 30 minutes. The standing panels, involving more participants, given quick-fire responses for about a minute each, will last no more than 15 minutes. In the interest of time, verbal introductions will be limited, but names and designations of panel participants in certain cases will be shown on screen. Questions will be taken during an allocated slot, so rather than taking them during or after each panel. So if you have any questions, please note them down, and I will give further instructions at the time. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, AAA, a nickname I formed and found for her, although it turns out that she already had that nickname. And we'll go into the stories behind that at another time. She's also written a book. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen. And the book is titled All Hands on Deck. And we have the honor of being the first audience to which it will be presented. So having now completed our pre-flight checks, this is your captain speaking. I hope that you'll make the best of this experience as we taxi now from the hangar onto the runway. Your flight attendants, our lovely ushers all over the room, are located all around the cabin to support you with anything you might need, from information to directions. So please fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, and get ready for takeoff. And so I will introduce our first speaker, who will come with his opening remarks. So very quickly, as you might already know, the business school here at Saïd has been highly instrumental to organizing these events over the next 2 days. And we're very grateful for them and all the effort that they've put in. So yes, please, let's appreciate. There's so many people who have been involved in making today happen. And this event, as I understand, qualifies for the Distinguished Speaker Series, a status that is reserved for the highest profile guests and speakers. So our first speaker, who is also a fellow at Balliol College, he's also the Dean of the Saïd Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, for his opening remarks, he is essentially our host. Please welcome Professor Sumitra Dutta.
Obami, I have a comment for you before I begin. We welcome all at Oxford, especially those who admit to their mistakes. So I'm very happy that you joined us because it's never too late. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, and especially Arunma. Today is a very special, distinguished speaker seminar. We have many of these seminars routinely at Oxford Saïd, but rarely do we have such a collection of distinguished individuals in the room, and we rarely have such nice badges and such nice brochures. And of course, when my team told me that we're going to be organizing this event, I was very pleased. And then they told me that this is to celebrate a certain birthday of Arunma. I was thinking it's probably going to be a number beginning with 3, maybe 4, but certainly, and this I'm honest, I didn't think it would be beginning with a 6. But having said this, Arunma, we're delighted that you're part of our community, impressed by what you've achieved over the years, and especially happy to enjoy the special occasion with you out here and with your family members and friends. So thank you for including us in this very special occasion. As is also very typical in birthday celebrations, we do sing a short birthday song, right? I mean, that's quite normal. The official birthday is tomorrow, but we can do a short one just in advance. What do you say? So we'll keep it short. At the count of 1, 2, 3, we'll all together say, Happy birthday, Arunma. Okay? Got it right? Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Arunma. Wonderful. Now, we are also celebrating the launch of a book, and I will not say much about it because there'll be many speakers talking about the book, but I think the book talks about a lot of very important themes that are relevant not just to Africa, but to all of us. And I think it's very nice of you, Arunma, that you have consolidated your thoughts and experiences in this nice book. I would also like to extend a heartfelt welcome to many high-profile guests and visitors out here who are joined us today. We have distinguished leaders from the highest levels of government, including the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. And we'll hear from Professor Osinbajo shortly. We also have influential figures from the public sector, global financial institutions, senior executives in the corporate world, and esteemed representatives from academia and international organizations. There are many of you out here. In the interest of time, I'm not naming each one individually, but thank you so much for giving us your time. That's the most valuable resource and you could give us. So thank you for joining us today. I also want to thank Arunma's cherished family, colleagues, and friends. I haven't met all of them, but thank you. Arunma introduced me to her elder sister. I must say, the same comments that I made about Arunma earlier apply to you also. So I would not have thought of your elder sister, but nevertheless, you are, and I'm sure you're proud of your younger sister out here, Arunma. And I think the fact that you're all traveled from so far away is really a testament to not just what Arunma has achieved, but also what I think she inspires us to do and to become.
She frightens us.
So maybe a final word from my side about Oxford and Africa. I just want to tell you that Oxford always has been very close to Africa. Africa is very important for us, and we're very grateful for your support in so many ways, and very keen to also do more with you for the future. You may have seen this one-page flyer that is around in the various, it's not there in this brochure, but it's around the conferences, the reception area, and so on. It's similar to the material that you got in my invitation email. It talks about the different things happening linked to Africa at Oxford. I'm very proud that at Oxford side, about 10% of our MBA class comes from Africa. And more than 50% of them are female. We have a number of scholarships for African students. We always are grateful for more support, because the more support we can get, the more we can invite and welcome other African students. And we also hold annually an annual Oxford Africa Business Forum. This year it's on the 14th, 15th of March. Please note in your agendas and do try to join us. I think it's an important gathering where the entire university comes together and discusses issues relevant to Africa and to how we can do more together with and for the benefit of Africa and the world. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful 2 days in wonderful Oxford. It's a magical, mythical, not just university, it's an experience. So thank you so much, and back to our distinguished conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dean of the Saïd Business School, Professor Dutta. Fantastic. Thank you so much for those kind words, Professor. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a key point today. I believe we are now at our cruising altitude of 60,000 feet. Yes? Brilliant. And so, I will be introducing the keynote address. And this gentleman is no stranger to any of us. And he and Miss Arunma have fought and won many illegal battles together, if you know the history. But ladies and gentlemen, he served as the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria between 2015 and 2023. Please welcome His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Let's make him warmly welcome as he shares his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our host, Professor Sumitra Dutta, celebrant, the distinguished Arunma Oteh, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I think already Mr. Ayobami made it clear that I am here primarily because I'm Arunma's lawyer. And she thought, because I'm also a pro bono lawyer, she thought perhaps it might be a good opportunity to honor me by having me speak at her birthday. I'm deeply honored, of course, to have been asked to make these keynote remarks as we celebrate my dear sister and friend, Arunma. I think we all agree that her commitment to public service, her personal integrity, but above all, her kindness, her generosity to all, make this occasion of her 60th birthday special to so many, which is why so many of us have flown from halfway across the world just to say happy birthday to this exceptional lady. Happy birthday, Arunma. To start off this conversation, I'll be speaking for a few minutes on the theme, Better Leadership for a Better World, Leadership, Women, Africa, Sustainability, and Capital Markets. To make this simpler, the focus is on how to build a better world through stronger leadership, greater female participation, sustainable practices, and the role of Africa and capital markets. Leadership is, of course, the common thread in the theme. And I'd like to make my conclusion before I begin, which is really that leadership is the key to practically everything. And in this particular case, we need to understand that the sort of leadership that is required to address our concerns today, given the complexities of the world that we live in, is really leadership that understands what the future is going to look like, and that is prepared to present the sort of pathway that will ensure that the future is taken care of. That cannot be a national or regional type of leadership alone. What is really required is statesmanship. And I think that as we go along, perhaps we'll be able to get a bit closer to what that would mean. Leadership is the common thread in the theme. And as I said, it's on account of the complexities that we have in our world today, we really must look out for the right type of leadership. And let us just as an example of why we need the right type of leadership. The climate crisis today, is one particular reason why perhaps we should be paying far more attention to the quality of leadership that we have. If you look at what we're seeing today, and there's a quote in the Washington Post by Rachel Cletus, who is the coordinator of a group of scientists called the Concerned Scientists. And she says, that they share, just looking at the facts today, it's evident that unless we do something serious, if we're emitting dangerous gases at the rate that we're emitting today, it will take barely 5 years for us to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius that the world, that is supposed to mean that is supposed to mean cataclysm for the world. Now, what is even worse is that we barely have 22 years also before we reach the absolute limit of our carbon budget, keeping temperatures below 2 degrees Celsius. But the current data shows that 10 of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases from fossil fuels are amongst the largest issuers of drilling permits in the past 12 months alone. And huge blocks will be coming up for bidding over the next months. And of course, President Trump on Monday has promised to drill, baby, drill. Now, this is while across the world, the climate crisis rages, from unprecedented wildfires in California to Cyclone Freddy, wreaking havoc in Mozambique, in Malawi, and Madagascar. And perhaps more importantly for this conversation is Africa's place in the climate crisis. Despite its relatively negligible emissions, Africa is warming faster than any other region. We have the highest incidence of drought and the second highest incidence of flooding. The Horn of Africa has had its worst drought in 40 years, with 5 consecutive failed rainy seasons since 2020, with prolonged droughts in Kenya and Somalia. West Africa has been experiencing intense flooding, especially in Nigeria, Niger, and Ghana. In 2022, Nigeria experienced its worst flooding, killing over 600 people and displacing about 1.3 million people. In North Africa, heat waves and water scarcity in Morocco and Tunisia and Algeria especially. So it's evident that there is no way of resolving the climate crisis or replacing our fossil fuel-driven economies with renewable energy without climate statesmanship. leadership that thinks for us all, not just for a region or country. Because clearly, the task that we have in hand is global and not national or regional. But if the way we handled the last crisis is anything to go by, then we should be concerned. Many are still in shock by the vaccine nationalism of wealthier countries during the COVID-19 pandemic. And had COVID hit Africa harder than it did, the fatalities from the pandemic would have resulted in a public health tragedy on a scale never before seen in human history. The leadership we require today is one that knows that if you are not your brother's keeper, you will eventually find that you can't keep yourself either. So today, it's apparent that if Africa were to develop along the same carbon-intensive trajectory as the global north to attain middle to high income status, it will be impossible for the world to attain its net zero objectives. Why? Africa will be pumping 9.4 gigatons of CO2e annually into the environment. And by 2050, Africa will be responsible for 75% of global emissions. So the only way that the world can stand a chance of achieving its net zero objectives is if Africa shows leadership by pursuing a climate-positive growth path to its development. The good thing is that a climate-positive growth path makes economic sense for Africa. We are climate competitive. So this is also a pathway to address our other existential crisis, which is extreme poverty. Again, leadership is key. If we recognize that Africa can be the nemesis or the solution to the climate crisis, then there must be a consensus on how to support the continent with investments, with debt relief, and open markets that would enable it to become the first green industrial civilization. That would involve a great deal of statesmanship. So, for example, we know that decarbonizing energy-intensive industries, such as steel, is critical to achieving global carbon neutral targets. Steel accounts for 8% of global emissions, but greening steel production would mean large-scale use of green hydrogen and cheap renewable energy, neither of which are available in the right sort of quantities in the major industrial centers of Europe, as an example. The alternative then for European steel production is heavily subsidized decarbonization of the iron and steel industry, if the traditional iron and steel manufacturing locations are to continue as usual. But why do that? North Africa, the neighbors of Europe, have both green hydrogen and cheap renewable energy in abundance. So industrial partnerships will yield great results for sustainability and cost competitiveness for European steel. But because this may involve a shift in the geography of some aspects of steel production, away from traditional locations, bold, courageous, and forward-looking leadership will be required. Let me also speak very briefly on Africa's strategic importance for global economic growth. If nothing else, the facts and statistics show that either in the short, medium, or long term, global investors must take into account in their investment decisions, must take Africa into account in their investment decisions. Because by 2050, close to 40% of human beings on Earth will be Africans. Africa already has the largest number of fast-growing frontier economies, the largest untapped renewable energy. Just for wind power alone, Africa's potential is, at the moment, is about over 50%. Current production, beg your pardon, is over 50% of the world's total wind power. Today, Kenya derives nearly 90% of its power from geothermal energy, and it has 10,000 megawatts of geothermal energy. That's potential. Africa has over 30% of the world's critical minerals and over 65% of global uncultivated arable land. It is the fastest growing continent for technology adoption, and of course has the youngest and fastest growing workforce. And now, the largest free trade area by number of participating countries in the world. 1.3 million people, 54 countries, and a combined GDP of something in excess of 3.7 trillion US dollars. But to fully unleash its potential, we all know that this will require African leaders prioritizing governance reforms, dealing with corruption, especially in procurements, focusing plans on policies, on infrastructure development, and investment in education and healthcare. And of course, speaking with one voice. But also is the other elephant in the room. Where will the appropriate and sufficient finance and investment come from? That would involve addressing structural challenges, such as the excessively high cost of capital to Africa, a sovereign debt crisis. As you know, Africa is facing perhaps its worst crisis in 80 years, its worst debt crisis in 80 years, with almost half of African countries now allocating more to debt servicing than development. Obviously, comprehensive debt relief will be key to strengthening the ability of these countries to support their own growth and transformation. We must also double down on the efforts for global financial architectural reform. We keep talking about reforming the global financial architecture, including the expansion of MDB balance sheets through SDR reallocation and other interventions. A reform of the global financial architecture is a recognition that the world is a vastly different place since Bretton Woods, and a more equitable, a more fit-for-purpose architecture is required. And it will mean some initial discomfort for those who were the biggest beneficiaries of that order. Only statesmanship can deliver that. I had the opportunity of a sneak preview of Aruma's All Hands on Deck. I'm sure that most of us here have not had that opportunity, but at least I had. And there is a quote which I'd like to, and this is a quote that she makes on the crucial role of capital markets. It says, over the years, over the course of my career, she says, I have become convinced by empirical evidence that the great differentiator between societies that work and those that do not, between countries with high standards of living and those in desperate want, are well-functioning capital markets, especially world-class capital markets, which, if properly regulated, support businesses to grow, accelerate wealth creation, enhance people's living standards, engender good governance, and ultimately catalyze national transformation, end of quote. I think the observation is both insightful and throws a challenge, the challenge of inclusivity and access. Yes, world-class capital markets are great, but how will the vast majority, especially in developing countries, access those markets and benefit from them? Financial education is clearly the answer, and she has a great chapter on financial education dealing with this particular question. And financial education, of course, is critical for the function and growth of capital markets because it enhances market participation and empowers individuals, investors, and businesses to make informed investment decisions. And financial education of women in particular is crucial and connects to the broad theme of women's economic empowerment, which, as we know, is the linchpin of gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. So let me, at this point, also briefly touch on women's participation. Somehow, no one seems to argue against the notion that women hold up half the sky. But it would appear from the evidence on the ground that we really don't care if half the earth collapses on our heads, because in every one of the issues that we are covering in this conversation, including leadership, sustainability, capital markets, and of course, participation of women, women routinely receive the short end of the stick. Women are at the receiving end of unsustainable practices, for example, such as the use of charcoal and wood for cooking, resulting in deaths from indoor air pollution, especially in many parts of the developing world. Globally, household air pollution is responsible for approximately 3.2 million deaths annually, with women and children in Africa accounting for 60% of those fatalities. The disparities in access to finance are also stark. Women make up nearly 70% of the workforce in agriculture, for example, yet receive only 7% of investments. The IFC estimates that there is a financing gap of $42 billion for women-owned businesses in Africa. And women run 40% of Africa's SMEs, but receive only 1% of funding from venture capitalists. And all of this is in spite of the empirical evidence for showing, for example, that companies with higher representation of women in leadership positions tend to perform better financially. For instance, organizations in the top 20% of financial performance had 37% of their leaders as women, compared to only 19% in the bottom 20%. There's also strong research that supports the position that female managers are more adept at building rapport among mixed gender teams, leading to improved communication and productivity. And of course, any averagely honest married man knows that women manage finances much better than men. I see that there are very few averagely honest married men here, because only the women clapped. But there are silver linings. There are silver linings here and there. Several initiatives have been introduced in Africa to improve access to finance for women entrepreneurs. These include the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, launched by the AFDB, the Africa Development Bank. That initiative aims to bridge the $42 billion financing gap faced by women in Africa. There's also the G7 Partnership for Women's Digital Financial Inclusion in Africa. And this partnership contributes to a $12.8 billion initiative by the AFDB to bolster women's economic empowerment and youth entrepreneurship through digital financial inclusion. Now, these initiatives are part of a broader effort to address the gender gap in financial inclusion and empower women entrepreneurs across Africa. But there is far too much to do. A lot will depend, of course, on national leadership and national laws and policies. Representation in politics may have to be by law, setting minimum representation of women. It is clear from what we're seeing that evolution may take far too long. So let me end by putting my earlier conclusion in different words. Because of the sheer interconnectedness of things today, it is beyond argument that the responsibility of leadership extends beyond governments. Corporate leaders, investors, and civil society must work collaboratively to rethink business models for sustainability. How to green supply chains, for example, by recognizing that manufacturing in some geographies may, in the medium to long term, better protect not just commerce, but the world. We must also democratize capital markets and ensure that the half that holds up half the sky is equally represented in the commanding heights of business and politics. So in this great, if uncertain future ahead of us, we certainly need all hands on deck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You've certainly set the tone. And a few key points that you made there. On the question of leadership, leadership is key to practically everything. And that reminds me of a quote that I'm familiar with, which is, everything rises and falls on leadership. We need the right type of leadership, leadership that thinks for us all, not for regions. Africa needs to show leadership on the climate rescue question, leadership that is bold, courageous, and forward-looking. The world today especially needs to be able to tackle big issues like the global financial architecture, and for that, we need great leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Osinbajo. Thank you very much, sir. And so, moving on very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to our first sit-in panel, and I'm going to invite up, speaking about their research on the nexus with some of our themes, and talking generally about current trends, some professors from here at the Saïd Business School in Cambridge. But as I call them up, please warmly welcome them, Professor Rahima Musulwa, Professor Daniel Armanius, and led by Professor Thomas Hellman, who I believe is here. Thomas, there you are. So they're going to be speaking about how their current research and current trends globally are also impacting some of our themes. Please welcome them warmly. Do you want to sit, or do you want to use the... Please. Yes. There you go. Nice to see you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to school as we listen to the professors.
Very good. Welcome. I was asked to just open the act, and the three of us want to share some of the expertise, some of the research, but we also sort of want to share the questions that preoccupy us. I don't think we pretend to have all the answers, certainly not. But I thought I would just start off by doing a few hopefully provocative words about some of the research and some of the activities that we're doing here. Very, very much inspired by also, obviously, Arunma Oteh, who's been a fantastic influence. So I'm a professor of entrepreneurship here at the business school. I've been working on entrepreneurship for 30 years. And I haven't changed topic because I think it's really important. Now, it's not the only important topic, and we're going to see different topics. But I'm just going to make a pitch for entrepreneurship. I think it's absolutely crucial for the development of society, for the development of the economy. I'm a firm believer. Now, there's no doubt that the world has many, many problems. The problem is, after 30 years of being an entrepreneurship professor, I have a linguistic problem, which is the moment I hear problem, I hear opportunity, and I just can't change it. So the world is full of opportunities. And I think, I do believe that entrepreneurs play a very important role. I believe in the power of entrepreneurship. We can see that in some of the data. If you think of new job creation, I think that's one of the really interesting metrics. Essentially, small companies that grow account for almost all of the net new job creation, at least in some parts of the world. I believe in the power of venture capital. That's maybe because I study it, but also because I've seen the effect of venture capital. When I started 30 years ago, venture capital only existed in Silicon Valley. And everybody had long lists of reasons why this could never work outside of Silicon Valley or outside of the US. And 30 years later, it does exist, not everywhere in the world, but certainly in some parts of the world. I've had the pleasure of observing what happened in Europe. And I keep telling everybody we're halfway through a 50-year revolution. And I think Africa is now 10 years or somewhere on that same path. And I have a few more words to say about that. So I think venture capital is a really key component. And with that comes the notion of ecosystems, and that you can't do it on your own, but it's really a collaboration among important players. that will create ecosystems. And they're going to look very, very differently in Nairobi than they look in London, than they look in San Francisco. So Arunma Oteh really inspired me to take my research to think about the challenges of bringing venture capital to Africa. And a few years ago, in 2001, we did a sort of research study, and we convened some of the real players as well as thinkers who care about African venture capital. And it was a tremendous learning experience. One of the beauties of being in a universities like Oxford, and this is sort of a secret, it's not just the students who learn. We faculty, we learn all the time. And I learned a lot from some of these experts who were telling us about what it takes to build these ecosystems in Africa. And at the end of that, we built a recommendation with 8 specific action points that we think would help the development of that ecosystem. And a couple of them. To begin with, what we learned was that, remember, problems equals opportunities. Well, they do look different on the African continent. And, you know, a couple of translation really help. Instead of talking about high tech, let's talk about high growth, or let's talk about tech-enabled opportunities, and suddenly the conversation becomes a lot more relevant, a lot more contextualized to what the problem is. And then if you think, can entrepreneurs solve these problems? Well, I mean, can you think of a continent that's more entrepreneurial than the African continent? I can't. So there is no lack of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial talent, but what we heard, and this is really from our African colleagues and experts, is that talent needs to be developed, and it needs to be developed in some subtle ways sometimes. For example, they were saying, we have a lot of technical talent, we're fostering technical talent, but the managerial and entrepreneurial talent doesn't get the same, you know, level of attention. And then they were saying, why don't we teach people knowledge? Why don't we teach them problem solving? And I thought that was really deep, and that's something, frankly, that we still have to learn in places like Oxford ourselves. I think there's entrepreneurial talent, we can solve this. It then comes to the venture capital. My own research over 30 years can be summarized as saying venture capital works if it is smart capital. And I hope I won't offend anybody if I say this, but my view on the African venture capital is that we have a lot of smart non-capital. Smart non-capital means we absolutely have the talent, but we don't have the money yet. There is too little money going into venture capital. Just very briefly, here at Oxford, we're running every year executive education training program for early stage venture capitalists. I honestly think it's the most fun program that I teach in the entire year. Do you know why? Because the Africans that come here, they want to learn, and they want to get it right, and they want to do it their way. And teaching somebody like that is just a pleasure. I really believe that the talent is there to develop a very localized and relevant venture capital industry, but the capital isn't there. And so I think there's some really interesting idea. I think it speaks exactly to the issues of capital markets. Maybe institutional investors in Africa need to invest more in African venture capital funds. Maybe we need other institutions. There's some work to be done there. I don't want to talk too long, so one more point. Ecosystems are really important. I think they're emerging in Africa. I think there's some really encouraging trends. They're not going to happen everywhere at the same time. They're not happening everywhere in Europe at the same time. Even in the US, large parts of the countries don't really have the same venture capital infrastructure. But I think we need to nurture the ones that are doing well. And I think there's some really interesting ideas that we can develop around building stronger institutions to support this really important industry. I think I've talked enough, but at least hopefully I've just given you an idea of some of the research, some of the work that we're doing here, and some of the issues that really do, I think, deserve attention.
So good afternoon all, and welcome to Oxford. Special congratulations and happy birthday to Arunma. I'm Rehema Msuma, and I'm an associate professor in major program management at the Business School. I will pivot a little bit from Thomas's comments about entrepreneurship, but build on his last comment about the need for institutional development. So in my research and in sort of the questions that I ask, my focus is on institutional development, collective action, and increasingly the need to challenge our current conceptualizations of what value is, right? So in the context of institutional development, we've established this morning that, or this afternoon, that infrastructure is important. In the context of the climate crisis, we have to think more so about resilient infrastructure on the African continent, extreme weather patterns, flooding, droughts, etc. So Africa's infrastructure deficits are both well-known and well-experienced. In her book, Arunma Oteh also cites that 43% of the African population lacks electricity, right? And this can be contrasted with near full or near universal access in Europe and in the US. So the need for infrastructure is well established. One of the challenges of sustainable infrastructure development across the continent is policy uncertainty, right? And part of the policy uncertainty is because of election-driven policy making and adversarial political systems. So this causes an uncertain and unstable investment environment, which then hampers infrastructure development more generally. So an important question that I'm interested in more generally is how do we counter this uncertainty with robust regulatory frameworks and long-term strategic planning? Because without this consistency, critical projects will fail to progress, leaving key sectors underdeveloped. I think a key question for research, for practice, is how do we reduce ad hoc decision making, and how do we reduce ad hoc decision making and prioritize long-term strategic planning, right? So I think an interesting example out of Nigeria that I've done research on is Lamata, so the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority that was established when President Tinubu was the leader of Lagos, right? So, and at that time, APC, there was APC at the local level, APC at the federal level, things progressed, leadership changes, PDP at the local level, or APC at the local level, PDP at the national level, there's a stall in progress, right? And then when he comes again into federal power, then things are moving again. How do we overcome such lags in progress? On collective action, there's a question of how to build consensus and overcome a lack of consensus in major programs and in our policy objectives more generally. So an agreed upon pipeline of infrastructure is important. Strategic planning and a robust regulatory framework is important. However, this requires a sense of collective action and cross-party support. So in the context of, let's say, Lamata, APC, and PDP, how do we develop, how do we foster policy initiatives that can live on despite the change in political leadership, if you will? So with that, I'm interested in the processes and mechanisms to create clarity and strategic objectives, foster strong cross-party collaboration, and ultimately foster policy stability. So with all of that, what we are seeing is a need to consider a more sort of diverse collective of actors in our infrastructure development and in our policy development, right? So in the light of, and we see this in the light of global challenges such as climate change, inequality, and geopolitical tensions. And more broadly in the wider environment, we're also seeing a shift away from shareholders or primacy on shareholders to recognizing that we need to engage a broader set of stakeholders. With that, I'm then interested in how does that challenge our conceptualizations of value? If we focus on shareholders, it's fairly straightforward, profit maximization. If we are bringing in other stakeholders, local communities, and again, going back to Lamata, and when they developed the transport plan in Lagos, they had to bring in the Dan4 drivers and the sort of minibus corporations, right? If we're bringing in these broader sets of organizations, these broader sets of actors, how does that challenge the way we conceptualize value? In infrastructure, this sort of dominant way of doing this has been cost-benefit analysis, economic efficiency, but in many ways this is now insufficient. So I think what was interesting in sort of the beginning to read Arunma's book is all of this, all of these, so collective action, thinking about value more broadly, and institutional development are aspects that have been part of her career at the Stock Exchange Commission and at the Securities Exchange Commission in Nigeria, in the World Bank, in advancing green infrastructure and sustainable finance. And so I guess the knowledge and expertise are there, the experience is there, and the question is how do we leverage it to take the continent forward? Thank you.
I always hate last going on these things, so I'm always trumped by my colleagues. So my name is Professor Daniel Armanios. I'm the BT professor and chair of major programs here at Saïd Business School. I'm interested in how large-scale initiatives get done, and it's a joy to be working with Rehema on these works. I'm going to take a little different spin because the way I read Arunma's work is actually reimagining the possible and not just worrying about the challenge. And so I'm going to give 3 provocations that I think hopefully will give us, not just recognize the challenges, but give us hope. As a bit of background, I'm very much anthropological on how I do things. My background is Egyptian, so I'm coming from a North African perspective. So I think in the comments before, His Excellency Professor Yemi Ashimbajo recognized, he noted a point on pathways. I want to emphasize pathways because this leads to my first provocation. I think we need to think of sustainability science less and more about transition science. So we're too focused on debating what the sustainability goals are that we want to reach and not studying the large-scale initiatives to deliver those goals. So the punchline is we need to study transition pathways more and not just debate the ends. And to do that, we need more empirical data of how sustainability is delivered in Africa. So by pathways, I do not mean scenarios. What happens if we do more clean energy, less? I mean clear, tangible roadmaps. For instance, we all know we want to end hydrocarbons. The question is what reductions are tied to what cleaner technology replacements and when, okay? In short, we need to shift from a narrative of sustainability that is goal-driven to a narrative of transition that is action-driven. A world of roadmaps and not just destination goals out there. If we can stage things, then funding can be attached to them, and that can increase pressure for fairer compensation for Africa, because it's tied to tangible actions that we all agree on and not just ambiguous ambitions. This is a question of delivery through major programs or mega projects and not what the goals are or even how to forecast the financing devoid of those pathways. So we need much more rigorous study in what works and what does so in Africa that is data and action rather than policy and assumption driven. Moreover, we need that focus on women. In my work on rural water sustainability, we find that better sustainability is associated with those projects where women are the champions of them. So provocation 2, we need to chronicle indigenous innovation from within rather than just presume the answers are from outside. The reason is while we suffer from success bias in entrepreneurship and innovation, where we only see the success cases, we don't know what doesn't work, I think we suffer from failure bias in Africa. We only see what doesn't work, and the people that are doing well are not asking for help, okay? So this is why Arunma's work, thank you. So this is why Arunma's work is so invaluable and crucial. We need voices from within, and I hope Arunma's treatise inspires others to share their narrative. So more bluntly put, we need to stop presuming only that the answers are from global north theories for how to improve leadership, gender, and Africa. If they worked, we would have already had solutions. We need to think, thank you. We need to think more broadly, indigenously, imaginatively, and optimistically. Provocatively, we focus on formal institutions, and those are important. But ironically, formal institutions, when placed in the wider historical context, are a very young phenomena, especially in comparison to tribal and other indigenous institutions in Africa that have been there for millennia. This is an opportunity for Africa to lead if we think about innovation leadership more broadly and in a more distributed way. Give an example. how customary institutions became part of international law was a legal innovation out of Africa, I believe out of Tanzania, okay? As His Excellency Professor Ashimbajo noted, Bretton Woods is changing. The charge is not to say global north in theories and formality does not matter. I'm simply saying we should share the platform with more locally, indigenously driven thinking as well. So the punchline here, we need much more north-south academic and practitioner collaborative relationships that are symmetric in power and intellectual exchange. Armed with a broader conception of innovation entrepreneurship, we need to view Africa as a place to create the mold, not to fit it. And then the final point, provocation I'll give, the fight for AI will shift from computing power and algorithms, which are the means and the outputs, to data, the inputs. From that vantage point, communities could become what I call the AI third sector. Right now, nation states and big tech are driving the AI discussion, and the fight is on the algorithms and what powers them. Once the internet of corpus of data gets tapped out, the competition will move to data, especially around large linguistic groups largely untrained by existing models. Think non-Mandarin and non-English languages. This is a huge opportunity for Africa. Swahili, 200 million speakers. Yoruba, 45 million. Igbo, 30 million. And Fula, 35 million. If communities can organize into data trusts and collectives and protect access to their local data through enforceable data benefits agreements to ensure insights and benefits are shared, we could see a world where these cooperatives become that AI third sector, especially when competition shifts from algorithms to the data training them. This is another huge opportunity for Africa to place themselves at the cutting edge. Overall, this is an amazing opportunity in Africa if we allow ourselves to be driven from a more local, prescriptive opportunization than dismay from an external perspective. If we allow ourselves to dream and vision like Arunma is pushing us to do in her work, to have all hands on deck, as Arunma and His Excellency Professor Ashimbajo encouraged us to do, and I want us to ensure all hands are getting their chance to rise if we can reimagine the possible when we shift our thinking from sustainability to transition, from external prescription to indigenous innovation and action, and from compute and algorithms to collectives and data. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree with me, lots to think about. Yes? How was class? Yes? Fantastic. Have you been sufficiently provoked? Yes? Ladies and gentlemen, Professors Rahima Musulwa, Daniel Armanios, and Thomas Elman. Please appreciate them. Thank you. Actually, just for a moment, would anyone like to say anything that particularly resonated with you? Any quick response to what they've said? Anyone at all? Yes? I'll give one person an opportunity. One microphone over here. Microphone number 1, ma'am. Would you please? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Aisha. Your comment about the failure bias in Africa, I think is deep. We need to start to believe in ourselves. And I love the fact that we should look for solutions within. I think that was really good.
Fantastic. I love that. Thank you. Just to be fair, can we do one from this side as well? Thank you, Sam. Really appreciate your help. The gentleman over there, let's just be... Yes, thank you. That's Mike too. Thank you.
My name is Sonny Roche. Thank you very much, Professor Daniel Armanios, for highlighting AI in Africa. In December of last year, at Doha, an Arabic LLM was launched. And I'm pushing for a Nigerian African LLM where we feed the algorithms to understand our culture and our mannerisms and our languages. That's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And can I say thank you to you both for keeping those comments very, very sharp and sweet. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate our faculty from Oxford. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. And if you just permit me to just come back to the keynote for a second. Sir, Your Excellency, thank you so much. I've been sitting there waiting, and I got a text from my wife, who's also listening, and she said, what was it? Here, LOL. And then I said, what does that refer to? It was at the point you said, women manage budgets better. So I said nothing about what that means for my household. And so, ladies and gentlemen, moving on very quickly then, we're going to go for our second sitting panel. Please welcome to speak about public sector leadership a few people whom I'm sure you know very well, but I will first of all introduce the moderator of this session as they share with us leadership from a practitioner perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a lovely, lovely lady and close friend of Miss Arunma, Miss Oteh James.
I'll start by saying that Miss Arunma Oteh is my big sister and mentor, friend. Why did you say friend? It's much bigger than that. Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. My name is Oteh James, and it is a huge privilege to be moderating the session on leadership today. It's even huger because I can't wait for you to see who's on our panel for this conversation. We have an exciting conversation lined up, and I will introduce our panelists, whom need no introductions whatsoever. And as I do so, I hope that you will join me in welcoming them up to the stage as they come up. So first of all, we have Mrs. Kemi Adeosun. Mrs. Kemi Adeosun is a distinguished leader and Nigeria's former Ministry of Finance. Her tenure was defined by bold fiscal reforms and a relentless commitment to economic sustainability. Her leadership in driving transparency, these tax reforms, and fiscal discipline has left an indelible mark in Nigeria's path to financial stability. Join me in welcoming Mrs. Kemi Adeosun to the stage. Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you very much. Anyone? Secondly, I also have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Segun Aganga, who a lot of you know is a distinguished leader whose tenure as Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment marked a period of groundbreaking reforms in Nigeria. As the architect of Nigeria's Sovereign Wealth Fund and pioneer of economic diversification initiatives, Mr. Aganga's contributions continue to shape our nation's financial landscape. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Aganga. And then it is an extraordinary honor to introduce His Royal Highness Sanusi II. He's the Emir of Kano and the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Renowned for his intellectual rigor and fearless leadership, His Royal Highness has been a transformative force in Nigeria's financial sector and a powerful advocate for economic reforms, social justice, and good governance. His insights continue to inspire and shape the future of leadership in Nigeria and beyond. Welcome to the stage, His Royal Highness. Thank you. This argument has been happening the whole day, by the way. So this is going to be a very interesting panel.
A former governor of Central Bank, in between finance ministers.
There you go. No pressure, sandwiched indeed. I see lots of people taking pictures, as we all should. So thank you very much for taking the time to be here today to honor Arunma Oteh. I know it means the world to her to have you here. Each one of you showcases how sector boundaries. How crossing sector boundaries can spark innovation in government, markets, and non-profit spheres. And we would like to tap into the wisdom and creativity and innovation that I know you all have to offer us. So I'm going to start with a question about transitions. I also had the privilege of reading Ms. Arunma Oteh's book in advance. And one of the things she talks about in All Hands on Deck is about changes and the transformation that she's had to kind of inspire, but also her own personal journey. Given changes that you've all made in terms of your roles, sector, and countries, what is the biggest what is the biggest lesson you have learned about leadership? And I'll start with you, Mrs. Adoshu.
Thank you, and thank you. Happy birthday to, I call her Auntie Arunma, but
there you
not
go.
That many years between us, but she's my auntie. And leads to the answer to your question around leadership and transitions, because my transition actually into the public sector was very much influenced by her.
Okay.
I'd been offered a post, and I was just petrified of the idea of public sector, especially after what I saw she went through. And so I thought that I'd tell her that, you know, I'm smarter than you, I'm not going to take this, and she went. If you've ever been Arunma'd, there are a lot of people nodding. She Arunma'd me into public service by saying very much what she's saying in the book. Mm-hmm. All hands are on deck. If you don't do it, who does it? Everybody has to get their hands dirty. Everybody has to play their part. And I think that's something that has driven me and still does. So when I see young people and they ask, what do you think? I say, just do it. Yeah. When you get there, you'll figure it out. But just do it. Just start the train, start moving. Don't wait to be Arunma'd into it. Just do it willingly, and it does make a difference. No matter how small, every change, every transition does have an impact.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'll turn to you, Mr. Aganga. We've had the privilege of meeting before, and you've also written about this. What is the biggest lesson that you have learned when it comes to leadership, given all your transitions?
Right. Okay. I left Goldman Sachs as managing director to go into public service. So I was in private sector, Ernst & Young in London for many years, and then Goldman Sachs for many years, so going to the public service, completely different from private sector, from such organizations. But I had the privilege because just before then, I had started an organization called the Nigerian Leadership Initiative, which brought together some of the best, credible, accomplished leaders in Nigeria and in the diaspora to work together and think about how they can make change in the country. Professor Oshibaju was in one of those classes. I was privileged to have him on that class. But we had that. So the whole idea was, look, let's do whatever we can to change our country, whatever it is. So I went with that mindset. But I had the privilege also, analyzed based on what we call values-based leadership. And I think it's all about, if you have your core values, I believe in values-based leadership. And I believe when you talk about leadership, you're talking about competent, vision, values-driven leaders who want to make change. So once you're through with your core values, it's a lot easier to transit from anywhere. You respect the people you work with, you get the best out of them, and you're driven by one thing: how do I get the best for my country? It's not about you. You're not driven and motivated by money or power. You're driven by the opportunity to serve.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I'll turn to you, His Royal Highness. This is a question that I'm sure could take you days to cover.
Especially sitting between two finance ministers.
Exactly, yes. No pressure. Tell us about your changes that you've had to navigate as a starting point, and maybe pulling from that, tell us about your biggest lesson.
Okay, thanks. And thanks, Arunma, for the invitation. I wish I could say I came here out of the goodness of my heart.
Got Arun mad.
The reality is, if I didn't come, she'd kill me. So. So, okay, I think the best way to do this is talk about two things I did when I transitioned from a CEO of First Bank to Governor of Central Bank. And I think these were also defining things for me in terms of lessons in leadership. The first thing is when I first got an inkling around February 2009 that I might be considered as one of the candidates for the Governor of Central Bank. It was in the middle of financial crisis. Yeah. And I was terrified because clearly I probably was going to be one of the shortest lasting central bank governors because everything was collapsing. Yeah. And I was like, well, why didn't this offer come when things were good? You know, why am I being tapped at a time when I knew, and I was a chief risk officer before I became a CEO, so I actually had a sense of the books of the banks. And I knew the system was literally on the brink of collapse. So imagine thinking that you're being offered this job that was really coming into a crisis. Yeah. Okay, so I took, I was lucky I had a British friend, an old Cambridge graduate, not Oxford, who was at the Nigerian High Commission, who was at the British High Commission in Nigeria, and who happened to have done her doctoral thesis on the Asian financial crisis. So I took 3 months with her, literally 3 months with her. And I said, look, if I'm appointed governor, I want to be ready. If I'm not appointed governor, fine, at least I'd have learned something. Yeah. So I read through her PhD thesis, I read through her papers. I would go to Abuja for a weekend, I would have literally tutorials on how the Asian central banks got out of the Asian financial crisis. By the time I was appointed central bank governor, I knew exactly what the Bank Negara Malaysia did. I knew that it was the model. I knew what steps we needed to take, okay? And that helped me a lot because I wasn't going there to learn. So what was the first lesson in leadership? By the time you're appointed, if you don't know what a job entails, don't take it. By the time you're appointed, it's too late, okay? Yeah, because too many people go for positions. You want to be the governor, you want to be the president. Then you think when you get there, you begin to find out, you know, you don't learn. If you're not ready for it, don't be there. It's not a place to learn. You learn, you always learn, but you're there to lead. Yes. Okay, so I knew I was going to deal with the financial crisis. I had to be ready. 3 months of serious work so that by the time I walked into the central bank, I knew exactly what we needed to do to fix the banking system. This was the first lesson. The second thing was you have got to make sure you're not a general that leaves the troops behind. Because you couldn't take it for granted that everybody was on the same page with you. Yeah. While I was reading that work, the central bank was busy in denial, busy telling people that there's nothing wrong with the Nigerian financial system. You know. So you first of all had to deal with a situation where you're meeting with the same people who had said there was no problem. You had to get them to first of all accept that there was a problem. Yeah. Okay. So what did I do first? I got PricewaterhouseCoopers to come and do a presentation. But then I took the entire board of the central bank and the committee of Senate and House of Reps, and I said, let's go to Malaysia. So went on a board retreat. And I talked to the governor of Bank Negara Malaysia, Dr. Seti Akhtar Aziz, well known, who was deputy governor of this Bank of Bank Negara during the Asian financial crisis, and who after that became governor of the central bank for about 11 years at that time. So we sat with her literally for about 6-8 hours from morning till afternoon, where she took us through what she did, where everybody had a chance to ask all the questions, okay? And then that was when they were convinced that what I said I wanted to do was the right thing to do. But that 1 week in Malaysia gave me more mileage than I could have gotten in 1 year, trying to convince them of why we needed to inject capital, why we had to fire CEOs, why we had to bring them before the courts, why we had to set up AMCON, what we needed to do, So 1 week with the help of Accenture, and then that one day with Dr. Akhtar Aziz. So the two lessons for me, and this is what I've carried all my life. First, you want a job, please make sure you prepare for it and you're ready before you walk in. You're not going to learn how to do it when you get there. And second, when you get there, make sure that you take your team along with you. And you cannot do it alone.
I was just going to add that the MA is extremely lucky to have known his job before he went in. That is not normal in a normal situation, because as you know, you do not know your portfolio until after you've been sworn in as a minister. And that is when you know what to do. So I just want to make sure that we have it better.
And what I love about...
I was going to add,
yeah, please.
So there's nothing wrong with not being prepared. Just take the job first and find people, surround yourself with people who know, which is, I think, what Emir was saying, right? So you don't have to know all the answers, but you need to know where to go to find the answers. This is monetary tightening 101.
Now I know why I'm moderating this panel. So everybody is right, only partially, right?
I will say that I am determined not to get into trouble this time. So I'm going to be quiet.
So that's a big lesson that also comes from experience. And thank you very much for those wonderful, insightful answers. I want to build on what was said in the previous panel about success bias. And one of the things, growing up in Nigeria, one of the things my father always said to me was never blow your own trumpet. I would like you all to just take a moment to blow your own trumpet and share, tap into this success bias for us. Let's kind of blow our own trumpet about what is it that you did as a leader, and what is your advice for leaders from that perspective that made you think, yes, I deserved this role, and I'm in it, and I'm owning it. And we all have that moment. What was yours, and what can you share with us? Yes, please.
I think for me, when the oil price hit $28 and states couldn't pay salaries, it was just an aha moment, like, you're going to get fired or you're going to leave the job. So you have nothing to lose. So just go for it and think out of the box. I needed to be able to bring some innovation, because everything that I was seeing and being told to do wasn't making sense in the Nigeria context. So we were being told you need to cut back in the public sector. That prune the public sector. But the public sector at that time, we were in recession, was the biggest employer of labor. So once the states didn't pay salaries, then school fees didn't get paid, landlords didn't get paid. So it was going to kill the economy. So we just said no. You know, the ability to say no to people who, Arunma is ex-World Bank, so I'm going to be very careful, who are not used to being told no. But what was really interesting was when we said no, they just went, oh, okay then. What do you want to do? And we said, well, we think we should go counter-cyclical. We think we need to pump money into the economy at this stage. So I think for me that was one. And then after I realized that they didn't know everything, I began to just think, okay, what else can we do? And another big thing was our whistleblower scheme. I remember, and it's great His Excellency is here, when I brought it to FEC, everybody said, no. People will be reporting each other, wives will be reporting husbands, we don't want all that kind of things. And I said, well, we'll have a process to screen, you know, frivolous reports, whistleblowers. But then when we found $40 million in a safe somewhere in Ikoyi, everybody kind of said, oh, okay, maybe you have something here. And I think the third one for me that I'm most proud of is the infrastructure tax credit scheme, which we pioneered in Nigeria and which other countries are now looking at. When we looked at the tax payment, it was poor. And I called some people are actually in the room, but called some of the billionaires in the room and said, I'm going to go after you. And they just laughed at me. They said, you know, by the time you catch us, you will no longer be minister. So I said, okay, let's work together. What happens if I allow you to use your tax to actually do the infrastructure? Because their issue was, if we pay the tax, how do we know the roads are going to get done? So we said, okay, you do the roads and take the credit. And I mean, it maybe needed a little bit more regulation as we went on, but there are significant road networks that today were done as part of that scheme. And so I'm blowing my trumpet. Yeah. So I think in summary, don't be afraid to innovate, and don't assume that just because it's Africa or Nigeria conceived, it's wrong. Because it can be. We are different, and I think we've got to recognise that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What about you?
Well, for me, I think it's really about focus. Okay, so all my life, I always said in any role, what is the target? What is the objective? What am I there to achieve? Okay, so as a chief risk officer, it was always about reducing losses, just about lowest non-performing loans, and basically remaining focused on that. When I got to the central bank, I looked at the Central Bank Act and said, okay, what is the central bank supposed to do? Deliver price stability, exchange rate stability, financial system stability, and an efficient payment system. That is what I was appointed to do. And I decided these were things I was going to focus on. It wasn't my job to please the politicians. It wasn't my job to be nice to the First Lady. It wasn't my job to, to do it. Yeah, I know. No, just as an aside, I had a story. One time I was told that my boss said I didn't like him. And I said, well, if the president wants love, he goes to the First Lady. If he wants low inflation, if he wants low inflation, he comes to the governor of central bank. Yeah. So that was what I was there to do. So for me, I think just being hard-nosed and focused on what you are supposed to achieve. Yeah. Okay, so and the way the central bank was structured was I had deputy governors, and I came in, inflation was like 16, 17%. I called the deputy governor of economic policy, Sarah Leda, and said, you know what? You are the governor for economic policy. You are to deliver inflation of less than 10%. That is your target. Okay? That's what I want. Just focus on that. Okay? The DG FSS, I want a stable financial system. I said, the two of you are in trouble because being an economist and a risk manager, I know this area very well. But there was the deputy governor of operations, and I never worked in operations in my life. And I said, you are to deliver an efficient payment system. I don't know how that is done. I know what I want. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to give you a target, and then you just go and deliver, and so on. And by simply keeping everyone focused and everyone knowing that they were going to be assessed based on that. Sarah had to deliver inflation single digit. By the time I left CBN, it was down to 7.8%. Okay. Kingsley had to fix the banking system. By the time I left, we had fixed the banks. Payment system, by the time we started transferring money on the phones, I remember the rest of the world had not even started, And so for me, it's about define. Now you'll fail on other things. People have expectations of what they think the central bank should do. Yeah. Okay, and they judge you by those. But so long as you know that this is what a central bank is supposed to deliver, and you do. So for me, my success was by the end of after 3 years in the CBN, I met the president and said, have you thought of a successor? And he said, what does that mean? I said, look, I don't think I'm going to go for a second term. So I said, I don't want a second term because all the targets that I have set for myself, I have achieved 100%. I'm not going to hang around for So the president knew 3 years into my term that I was not interested in the second term. It also gave me freedom because the only thing, when you're a central bank governor, you've got protection from being sacked and all that. The only thing the politicians have on you is the power to decide whether you have a second term or not. And if you tell them up front that you don't even want it,
thank you.
You get that freedom and that independence, and they've just got to wait you out, after 5 years and point. And that I think was for me critical for success.
Thank you very much.
Well,
to you, Mr. Aganga.
Yes, you've told me only. You told me I only have 1 minute. You've told me Kemi and the Emir have taken all the time. I only have 1 minute. So But anyway, I will still say one or two things.
Thank you. One.
She has spoken for finance.
Two. Okay.
Two.
Okay. Auntie says two.
Happy
My
birthday,
big
Arunma. Right. Now, actually, there are many, but I don't want to.
Two minutes.
The most important thing is transforming a ministry that was dead into the main economic ministry in the country. That's the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. With the president actually calling me and say, look, you have demonstrated that it is not about the ministry, it is about the person you have in the ministry as a minister. Yeah. That is enough, and that is everything. But I want to say also that because we're talking about leadership and capital markets, I think we need to talk about the transformation we did with the Nigerian Stock Exchange. But that was down to Arunma. She was the real, she had a vision of what she wanted, and she did the work, and we did it together in that year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we've heard all sorts of things. We've heard be ready, take your team with you, innovate, focus. And essentially, the most important lesson here is we really need all hands on deck, as Ms. Arunma Oteh says. I'll leave you with my Igbo proverb, which I always go to, which is, Ofosisi anaro eme ofia, which means it doesn't take one tree to create a forest. So we all have to be in this together. And you've shown just the value of collaboration, the value of individual leadership, but most importantly, the value of collaborative leadership and bringing your team along with you. So thank you so much for being part of our panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our distinguished panel, let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. Thank you. And of course, we also learned that everybody is right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm very sorry, I didn't ignore you there. There will be an opportunity for questions a little bit later, but we just have to move on just because of time. Thank you so much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate them one more time as they take their seats. I know you're all itching to ask questions, but we will hopefully have an opportunity to do that. Okay, fantastic. For the sake of time, we're going to move very quickly to our first standing panel, and this includes a number of gentlemen who are colleagues, friends of Arunma, and they have also, Ms. Arunma has worked with them in various guises in the past, and they are also particularly from the private sector and civil society organizations right across Nigeria and beyond. So ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, we have one of our MBA students here at Oxford. Please welcome Laura Sierra. Please warmly welcome her. Thank you, Laura. And I am going to call out a number of names of these gentlemen, and if you're here because we are not sure, yes, we're good? Fantastic. Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, in order as they come out, all those who are here. Mr. Olugbenga Agbola, please welcome him. Mr. Bryant Orjiako, Mr. Solomon Kaina, Mr. Sonny Oroche I've seen, Mr. Will Straw, Mr. Valentine Ozigbo, and Mr. Chinedu Azodo. Please welcome them all as they come up. Thank you. We're grateful for your time. Gentlemen, please remember that this is a quick fire round. We're looking for one response from you in the form of a sentence. By all means, yes, please let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. How are you?
This one.
Brilliant. Hello, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So Laura.
Thank you so much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. For this standing panel, we're going to be discussing male leadership. And I'm very interested in all of your views on global leadership reform. So very quickly, I would ask you a 1-minute answer. If you had the power to change one thing about global leadership, what would it be and why? Over to you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Will Straw. I work with Arunma at King's Trust International. Happy birthday, Arunma. Arunma's one of our fantastic trustees, and I've learned so much from you, Arunma, from listening to you. In terms of global leadership, as the CEO of a youth charity, it's probably inevitable that I would say that we need to listen to young people, because quite obviously they are the future of the world. And I think particularly in the context of Africa, of Nigeria, with the growing youth population, but other parts of the world as well, if we don't listen to young people, then we can't preserve and protect the world's best interests in the future. This relates to climate change, it relates to gender equality, it relates to the future of capital markets, I think, as well. If we don't listen to young people's voices and don't empower them to build their own futures, then we won't have a world to be proud of in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Arunma. Mine is the future. Our today and our future is artificial intelligence. Africa is not at the starting point of the race. I'm here at Saïd Business School doing a postgraduate in AI, and there are about 2 Africans in that postgraduate class. President Trump has $500 billion for AI innovation, research, and rollout for America. African presidents, African leaders are not addressing the issue of AI. The mantra, AI or die, is real. It is real. And Africa is not there, like I said. Those companies and countries that do not imbibe AI will die. And you hear politicians all over Africa talking about what they are going to do without addressing what is going to lead the world into the 4th industrial revolution. The top 10 companies in the world in terms of market capitalization are all AI and tech companies. There's NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, and the rest of them. The only oil producing company that's number 6 is Saudi Aramco, which tells you that oil and all these minerals we are talking about will become vestigial very soon. AI and data is the new oil in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, Arunma, happy birthday and many, many happy returns. Quite frankly, it's very difficult to speak about one thing in this leadership issue when you are using Arunma as a reference point. But I think the very first thing I would like to say, and which Arunma exemplifies, is genuine inclusivity in leadership. I say this because when we took the audacious step to have Seplat listed in the 2 exchanges, the London Stock Exchange and the Nigerian Stock Exchange, it took the leadership of Arunma in the stock exchange in Nigeria, in SEC in Nigeria, to say, look, she calls me one name. When we had a very difficult time with the UKLA, they had done everything they had to do. The advisors were all frustrated. We had ticked all the boxes, but they didn't say go. And then I went back to Arunma and I said, look, we are determined to list this company in the 2 exchanges because it was a major transformation for us from the private-run company to a publicly quoted company. And I told her, I said, look, I'm not going to be satisfied with listing this company in the Nigerian Stock Exchange alone. I would therefore consider another exchange. I remember we were speaking this as we were coming out of a church, and Arunma turned to me and said, look, one name, I don't agree with you. You must do it in London. You wait, and it has to happen. Then one thing she did, and this shows leadership, and when a woman is in charge. I tell you this, and it's a true story. One of the things our advisors had as a major problem was the fact that the settlement of securities in Nigeria was well beyond 3 months in some cases. And we're really building our books, and we needed to close T+3 for those who understand what it is. Meanwhile, SEC did not authorize that. I put a call to Arunma. Then we had not interacted. Of course, I knew him by reputation, especially for those of you who knew her issues with the National Assembly in Nigeria, who learned a lot of lessons from her. Thank you. I then put a call to Arunma. I was flying back from London, and Arunma told me she was in Lagos, but she was coming back into Abuja for a function at 7 p.m., but I said, look, I needed to see you very urgently. Arunma said, okay, I will call my team to a meeting by 7 p.m. in the evening. Office was closed by that time. She was going for another function. And lo and behold, she called together the leadership of SEC. And right there on the spot, after my presentation, Arunma granted the waiver for T+3 settlements in Nigeria. You couldn't have done it better. Fast forward, I then invited her to be an independent director in Seplat, and her presence was absolutely transformational. I'm sure some of you who know Seplat will know that we have what we call SWAN, that is the Seplat Women Seplat Women Awareness Network. She championed it. We made her the ambassador, even though in Seplat we made a deliberate attempt to make sure there is inclusivity, there is equity in representation with women. It was 30%. Arunma said it was not enough. So my one single leadership contribution is inclusivity, and let the women who can lead from the front be in charge.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I just wanted to notice that the rate of fire has reduced gradually. So if we can just pick up the pace, we'll be most grateful. Thank you, sir. No pressure.
Big sis, happy birthday. It is such an honor to be here. I've seen a lot of my bosses here, my excellencies here. Whenever we talk about leadership, most times I think we dwell too much on the symptoms and not on the root cause, the fundamental root cause analysis. Whether we are talking about leading in front from the AI perspective, what is about the inconsistencies in transition, what is about dealing with different issues, the core of it is actually political leadership. That's where it all starts from. If you get it wrong there, forget any other thing you're talking about. It is far more important than whatever any one of you may be doing today, particularly in Africa, in Nigeria, where we are talking about catching up with the rest of the world. How do you do that? It's not by this managing the symptoms. Figure out what is the fundamental problem. Political leadership. How do we recruit leaders? How do we do that consistently? How do we establish a law and order society where there are consequences for wrong actions? If you don't have this, forget it. My brothers, my sisters who are here, let's focus on getting this right. And start with the electoral process. How do we leverage technology? Why can't we, for instance, vote from our homes and forget all this nonsense we do in different parts of Africa? And when we get it right, trust me, Africa will catch up with the rest of the world.
Good evening, Arunma. You've put me on the spot. Yes. You know, he's a banker who's turned politician, so he can be very adaptable. But one of the first things I want to say, Arunma, you know, when I listened to the great panel that just left talk about public sector leadership, I felt that we left one thing out, which is be bold and courageous, and that, Arunma, is what you demonstrated. We were all glued to our TV that day, and we thought, Arunma, have you lost it all? But you were saying exactly what we wanted to say and had wanted to say for a long time. You stood against the establishment. So for me, bold and courageous underpins public sector leadership. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So one idea I have has actually already been said by, you know, the CEPLAT chairperson, but let me position it very differently. We take a look really at the war in Gaza. We take a look at the war in Ukraine. But let me bring it to you in the context of Africa. Sudan, where the ego of two men has resulted in the disruption of lives of a huge population. We talk about really development, but we sometimes speak it, but we don't really put people at the center. Who puts people at the center? In my house, it's the woman. And my boss is right there in the back, Linda.
Mine too.
So for me, I think female leadership at the top is probably what will bring about some transformational change. We as men operate too much with ego, and I think a lot of us are actually willing to sacrifice our own leadership, ambitions, to bring that thinking into the room.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure to listen to your insights.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Laura. Everyone, Laura from the business school here. Yeah. Well done. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move very quickly, so please forgive me as we move on to the next stand-in panel. And this one is also going to be moderated by one of the MBA students here at Oxford. I was told, by the way, that I said Cambridge once. Forgive me. I have to also say I do not regret it. But it wasn't intentional. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the Oxford MBA class, please welcome Aisha Rahim. Aisha is also the co-chair of the Oxford Africa Business Alliance. Welcome her warmly. Thank you, Aisha. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, for as many of them as are here, for this female stand-in session, please welcome Ms. Aisha Ahmad, please. Ms. Rosie Bichard, Ms. Nimi Akikugwe, who I believe I've seen, Ms. Anne Grant, Ms. Maureen Desalu, I believe she's here as well, Ms. Gina Dinkariku, Ms. Cecilia Akitomide, Ms. Delilah Rothenberg, and Ms. Rosie Bichard. Please, let's welcome them as they come up. Lovely to have you all. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I was just going to say, it's a standing panel, ma'am. Forgive us. So, no seats allowed. No, you can come close to me. You want to stay close to me? That's nice. Thank you, thank you.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, please, let's welcome them warmly as they come up. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that's fine. You see, the men didn't do that when they came out. Yeah? They didn't, do they? Gentlemen. Okay. I'm just going to hand you some microphones, and you can share that. Okay, brilliant. So, yes, over to you, Aisha.
Great. Well, thank you for being here today, and happy birthday to the lovely Miss Arunma Oteh. And I would love to hear the perspectives. We've heard from former Vice President Osinbajo. We've heard from the finance ministers how women are critical to leadership, and in your own roles, you've done so much for the continent, you've done so much for the country. I'll be keen to hear your insights on how women can further contribute and what actions can be taken from the people in the room today.
Great. Happy birthday, Arunma. Just lovely, lovely to see you. And it's your birthday, but we're all learning on your birthday. Fantastic. So, how can women contribute to building a better global society? We need to speak out as women. I think we're too quiet, we're too silent, we're too accepting, and that's, I mean, if you want to survive in the world we're in today, let's call things out. Let's critique when we need to critique. Let's say no when we need to say no. And then, please, when one woman starts to speak, I'm just saying people that I haven't seen in years, Mr. Motayo, hey, Yasin, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did that. You know, when one of us as a woman steps out and take a position, please don't be quiet. You agree with her, come right out. Let's all join, every one of us that starts their own revolution. Yes, it's just one person, but by the time we all join in, then we will have a real revolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Arunma. It's such an honor to be here, and thank you to the Saïd Business School, University of Oxford, for this opportunity to celebrate one of our best, absolute best. Thank you very, very much. To my mind, women are incredibly powerful. When you empower just one woman, what it does for her family, her community, the society at large is quite incredible. But to empower our women, there are two areas that I sort of go on and on about. And Professor Oshibajo mentioned one of them. That's financial inclusion and financial literacy. With access to finance, insurance, financial services, women can build those businesses, educate their children, the future leaders of tomorrow. And it makes such a huge difference. I've spent a lot of my career in the financial literacy space, creating that knowledge, saving, investing in the stock market, buying property, all those things. By empowering women and making them come into their full capacity, we can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know why she skipped me. Happy birthday, Arunma. Leadership is about followership. If you're leading and there's nobody coming behind you, you're not a leader. We have to tell our stories. We have to share where we have been. A lot of us grew up in business, finding it very difficult to point to women, female mentors. We have to be the mentors. We have to ensure that those girls that are coming behind us, that army of women coming behind us, can take from us our personal stories. We have to be able to guide them, to lead them. And I think just mentorship is everything. We stand for what is right. Like somebody said to me about Arunma, didn't you tell her they will kill her? She's bold, she's fearless, and we have to be bold and fearless. They need to be able to say, I want to be her when I grow up. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. Happy birthday, sis. I celebrate you for being a role model, a trailblazer, an epitome of moral courage in a place where it's very difficult to be. I think we need more women in policymaking. I think someone said today that when women are at the helm of sustainable initiatives, those initiatives do well. But we need more support for the women that are on the table. I think in the public sector, we still have these cultural barriers about what female leadership should be, and there's no support for women that are even on the table. And we can't have the role models we're talking about if the women at the table are not celebrated, are not allowed to contribute, are not supported. You know, so we need more of that. And I think we need more research. This is a learning institution. I think our dear Vice President said there's a lot of value that women in the private sector add. We've not done enough research on what women in the public sector add. So we need that research. And we also need to remove the systemic barriers. It is still very, very male-dominated in the public sector. And if we want to change all the, okay, well, not challenges, they said we should call it opportunities. The economic challenges, the climate issues, the global geopolitical challenges, the protectionism. If you want to do all of that, and we've not solved it in all these years, we need more women. That is what we are missing. We need more women at the helm of public policy leadership.
Thank you so much. Very well said. So what I hear is, first of all, speak up. Be financially educated. Be financially empowered. I also hear go into public sector. Don't be scared of taking those leadership roles. And build a followership, a community that is taking on from you. There are lots of young women in this institution, one of whom I am, and who is taking over from you? Who is going to be the new Arunma Oteh, the new leaders? And for the video that, it's on YouTube, so go watch it. And how much courage, because it's inspirational, and, it's from years ago, but people still watch it. It's one of those things that can pump you up, where if you're going to a room where you feel like you're not welcome as a woman, you just remind yourself that these women before you have paved the way. So I say thank you to you guys, and I say thank you to Ms. Arunma as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our distinguished panel of female leaders. Let's warmly appreciate them as they return to their seats. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, Aisha Rahim from Oxford here. Thank you so much. And can I just say to the gentlemen, these ladies were so kind that they gave us over 1 minute, 20 seconds back. Fabulous. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats very quickly, please, because I do not want you to miss this next part. And so just before we take a quick session of questions and answers, we're going to take a goodwill message by video from none other than Ms. Amina J. Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group. Please take a look at the screen, ladies and gentlemen.
My dear sister Arunma, happy 60th birthday. Welcome to the 6th law. Today, we celebrate not just the incredible leader that you are, but also the remarkable person you've always been, your warmth, your kindness, and your unwavering commitment to making the world a better place. Your leadership at the World Bank helped to reshape global financial strategies, bringing innovative solutions to the challenges facing many of our developing countries. You've been a staunch advocate for the mobilization of resources that would drive sustainable development, playing a key role in the development and issuance of the first ever SDG bonds, a groundbreaking innovation that mobilized private capital for projects directly aligned with the SDGs. Beyond your time at the bank, you've continued to inspire and impact countless individuals and organizations. From serving as the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria, where you strengthened financial markets and advocated for greater transparency, to your ongoing work as a respected voice in global development, you've set a remarkable standard for leadership, integrity, and innovation. Your life has always been about building bridges, connecting global finance with local impact, turning opportunity into reality for the underserved and uniting people across borders. You've shown us how to combine professional excellence with personal grace and how to amplify the voices of those who need it most. Your commitment to empowering women, girls, and advancing financial inclusion and placing sustainability and climate action at the heart of decision-making has left a legacy that will endure for many generations. My dear sister, your accomplishments are vast, but it's your personal qualities that truly shine through. You've been a sister, a friend, and a beacon of inspiration to me and to so many. As you celebrate this milestone, I hope you feel the immense love and gratitude that surrounds you, from your family, your friends, your colleagues, and all those lives that you have touched. I wish you many more years of health, of happiness, and continued success. Happy birthday.
And we all say a big amen to that. Let's appreciate one more time, not that, but Miss Arunma Oteh, ladies and gentlemen. Your life truly is an inspiration. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing between you and a quick break for you to have some coffees and teas and so on is a quick question and answer session. Anyone up for that? Yes? Or maybe not? Yes? Fantastic. Yes, some people have questions. So we're going to do a quick Q&A. See, yes, how shall I say this in the correct way? The flight attendants have arrived. Yes, let's appreciate them. They're doing a brilliant job, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to take 4 questions, please. That's what we have time for. I see some hands already going up. I'm going to try to be 2 from this side of the room and 2 from this side of the room. Ideally, 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies, if we could manage that. And relating to the themes that we have heard so far, and Tammy will help to guide us in terms of there are some paddles going around. And yes, I see a paddle there. That's paddle 5. Okay, so yes, so Tammy we're getting directions. So there's a paddle will come to you. So wherever the paddle goes, I follow.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
To whom are we directed?
Yes, thank you so much. That's a brilliant, I was going to say that. So when you do ask your question, could you kindly state your name, the organization that you are affiliated to, your question, of course, and who you're directing it to. Okay? Is that all right? Fabulous. Thank you so much. So the first one, over there at the back, is it? Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello. My name is Kayode Adeniyi, and I'm from the London School of Economics and Political Science. I happen to be the co-president for the Program for African Leadership at the Firouz Laoji Institute at the London School of Economics and Political Science. My question is directed to Professor Yemi Osinbajo. I want to ask that in your years of experience, government as a senior advocate of Nigeria and also in every other sphere, what is one thing that you've noticed that will not really change in leadership? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One thing that has not changed, is that what you said? Fantastic. We'll take all the 4 questions, and Prof, that gives you a moment to just think about that. Okay, so next one, over here. I'll leave this one with you, sir. This is mic 4, gentlemen at the back. I'll leave that one here. So that's the second paddle, please, to the lady. Thank you.
Good evening. Happy birthday, Sister Arunma. My name is Chizo Malize, and I am the Managing Director of FITC, Financial Institution Training Center, a Central Bank of Nigeria entity in Nigeria. And my question is for His Royal Highness, the Emir in the room. Apart from the huge number of very innovative reforms that you shared, that a number of people can attest for, in the financial service sector, when you were the Central Bank of Nigeria governor, both with regards to the economy, regulations, and all of those remarkable reforms. One other thing that you had set going that we do find remarkable up until today is the fact that you created an opportunity for female leaders. And it was at that time that you created a policy where there must be 30% of women and females in senior leadership. What that has done today is the catalyst it became, because today we've got about 11 female managing directors, chief executive officers of banks in Nigeria. And that's really very commendable. Yes. So as we do say thank you for all of that vision, the question now is, with the benefit of hindsight and the foresight that you are known for, what do you think, where should we be going for regulators, regulated, and the Nigeria economy? Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next paddle is right at the back. Thank you.
opportunity. So my name is Odhiambo David. I'm doing an MBA here, and I'm the founder of African Pharmaceutical Network. It's an organization based in Nairobi, Kenya, focusing on strengthening pharmaceutical systems in Africa to ensure there's reliable access to quality, safe, and effective medicines in the continent. So from the conversation, the Minister Aganga mentioned the work that he did through as a Ministry for Industry, Trade, and Investment. And the key essential piece that you mentioned is the fact that we need, it's not about the ministry, but the leader who is there. But the question we have is, if we are depending on the leader, we don't have infinite lifetime. So how do we institutionalize the vision, the strategy that you have to ensure sustainability? Sanusi, His Excellency, mentioned the work that he did when Nigeria had an inflation of 18%. Yeah. Last year, we were talking about 33.3%, and currently it's expected to be 30%. How do we ensure we institutionalize these interventions and the vision that these leaders have to ensure that whatever successes we get are not only for the moment, but rather sustainable into the long term for what we want?
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Just to be clear, who are you directing your question to? Just to be clear.
Minister Aganga.
Thank you. I thought so. Sir. No hot seats here. Thank you. And the final question is to the paddle there. Thank you. Tammy, you are getting some mutiny going on over here. Please, go ahead with your question, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Medina Sanusi. My question is actually directed to Mr. Segun Aganga, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun, and Honorable HRH, Mohammed Sanusi. My question, unlike every other person in this room, I do not work in business, I work in fashion. And I studied fashion as a degree, which I have a bachelor's degree in fashion styling. Thank you very much. My question is that in a time of economic uncertainty, what innovative financial strategies can public leadership adopt to sustainably balance community investments, operational costs, and long-term fiscal responsibilities? Because I think this is just something that we all ignore, especially in Africa, and I just want to dive into that. I'm also looking into sustainability as a whole, and of course, coming from fashion, I just have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your question. Please forgive us. Just in the interest of time, I might have to direct it to one participant, and I think it will be Mrs. Adeosun, if you don't mind. And I'm sure the others will be very happy for you to interact with them outside. Okay? That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Thanks for being gracious. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that's it. We're good? Fabulous. We'll see if there's another round. Your Excellency, sir. And he has mic number 4, gentlemen. Thank you.
The question, I think, was around what do I think will not change? I think it's leadership. I think everything falls or stands around leadership. And frankly, if we get leadership right, whether it's political leadership, leadership in business, everything stands or falls around leadership. As a matter of fact, I'm not always entirely certain whether a tree cannot make a forest. I'm not entirely certain whether it cannot. Because really, you really need to have one person who is going to make things happen. Of course, they must have a good team around them. But leadership for me is that factor that just doesn't change.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. We'll take the second question. Your Royal Highness. Thank you, sir. Mic number 3, please.
So thank you very much, and I'm glad you brought up the whole question of women. I saw Shola David Bora in this. Where's she, Shola? Okay. So Shola and Bola Adeshola were the co-chairs of the subcommittee that worked on the 2012 being the year for women in banking in Nigeria. And Shola remembers that when they first made their presentation, they had recommended that 50% of the boards should be female. They had a beautiful presentation with the bankers. Then on the very last slide, they had a picture of what the future board would look like. And it was all female. and by making that one mistake, they set us back and we had to negotiate for 30%. Because it was clear that they were not just looking for opportunities, they wanted to kick the men out of banking. It was an interesting meeting. But yes, you know, when we started it, and I think when we talk about the future begins today. It's about a vision. What we did that year was to say we wanted at least 30% of board seats to be female. We wanted at least 40% of senior management to be female. And for all new recruitments, at least 50% to be female. And personally, I'm proud to see so many years later having 10, 11 female bank CEOs coming out of that process. But one thing I think we need to remember as regulators and leaders is that sometimes people are the bottleneck. If you want something done, you've got to find a way to do it. And I'll give you one small example. When we started in the central bank, I said I wanted, the first year, I wanted 30% of central bank directors to be female. And when the promotion list came out after the whole process, I didn't have any women. And I asked, and I was told that the women were not ready. And the process was complete. The next year, I called the Director of Human Resources and said I wanted the CVs of all female deputy directors. The first thing that struck me, I saw one CV of a lady who had 2 bachelor's degrees, 3 master's degrees, was always top 3 in all risk-based supervision. She was a chartered accountant. You know, I mean, one of the most qualified human beings that I saw. And she was hiding in some small other financial institutions department in some corner in Lagos. As a governor, I did not even know we had somebody like that in the bank. You know, and there are so many of them. And I insisted that they must go through the process. And by the time we came out, we then had about 8 or 9. I mean, if you think of it, in 50 years of the central bank's history before then, only 4 women had made director. In 1 year, we promoted 8. But not just that, I decided that there were certain areas in central banking that were monopolized not just by men, but by alpha males. And I gave them to the women. So I appointed a female director of banking supervision, a female director of internal audit, a female director of branch operations, a female director of risk management, because, you know, we tend to keep women to human resources and medical, you know, their mothers, you know, agony aunts, you know, that's what they can cope with. And when I appointed a female director of banking supervision, the bank MDs would call me when they had issues with her. To say the director, I said, well, I'm sorry, you've got to deal with her. You know, she's director of banking supervision. And when the bank MDs realized that the governor would not intervene, they then learned to respect a female director of banking supervision, to take orders from her, you know, to comply with her instructions because the governor would not overrule her. You know, so I think, I mean, for me, the lesson, you see, in Nigeria, we've got these extremely well set up institutions. I always complain when they say, oh, we don't have institutions. If you look at the central bank, if you look at SEC, if you look at NDIC, if you look at every single institution, we've got the laws, we've got the guidelines, we've got the regulations. It is the human beings that you put in there that destroy the institutions. But the institutions are there. So there is really nothing. I mean, our Central Bank Act is one of the best in the world. And it can be improved upon, but frankly, we've got everything we need to deliver on central banking. So the future of regulation for me is how do we continue to make sure people like Arunma are in charge of SEC? How do you continue to make sure that we pick the right person to run these institutions so that they can deliver what they're supposed to deliver?
Fabulous. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Same microphone to Mr. Segun Aganga. Thank you for...
Thank you very much. If I heard your question correctly, and the Emir has also confirmed it, it's about sustainability. How do we sustain the initiatives and all the brilliant ideas you put into place? There's not one solution to it. In an environment like that, you have to look at a combination of solutions. The first one, and I remember, I think before 2008 or 2009, when we were running the Nigerian Leadership Initiative, and President Obasanjo invited us to run the program for him and his cabinet with the Aspen Institute from Colorado. And they were doing fantastic things then. And the idea is, how do you sustain these things? We decided at that meeting, forum, that the best, I mean, I was part of that group in those days. We decided at the forum that one of the best things they could do is back all the policies and initiatives by law and make sure that you take it to the National Assembly. So that's one solution, law. Back it with, I succeeded in doing that with the Sovereign Wealth Fund. It was a difficult one, difficult thing to get through. I had a lot of help and support. I had all the people, Arunma, all the people around supporting them, but we had to make sure that we got into law, that it was passed. And I was privileged. I think the law was passed the last day of the administration, May 29, at 4 p.m. It was the last thing the president did before the end of that administration. If we hadn't passed that into law, we would not have sovereign wealth for today. So that's one solution to it. The second solution to it is, when you are formulating policies and initiatives and all that, I had the privilege of working with some very, very smart people who came with me from Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Freshfields, and all that. But it's important that you work closely with the staff in the ministry and the agencies. It's important that whatever clever things you think you've done, make sure they are part of it and that they own it. And so when I said, look, we needed an industrial revolution plan, they said, Minister, we can't do it. Go and get a consultant to do it. Well, I got the team together, we did it. But the team had to sit with the Department of Industry to run through the program, the plan. And I had the director and the staff, there was a day for them to present it to me to show that they understood what I was saying. And all the heads of agencies, I had 16 reporting to me. It was part of their program, and each one of them bought into it and had it on their website, and they understood, and they became advocates for the Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan. So people work with them, not in isolation. They're very, very good people within the ministry, not all of them, very, very good people, so you need to work with them. The third thing which you need to do, which is I have there, is about competence, and I think the Emir talked about it, and I'll link that with institutions. The fact is that we do have, when you go into government, it's amazing what we have there. You have all the laws are there, all the institutions, everything you need is there. It's just the people to do the work. And why don't we have them? He said, people, I will go further to say, we're talking about the institutions are there, but they are weak. Why are they weak? They are weak because we don't have the competent people there. And why don't we have the competent people there? Because we still believe that the dividends of democracy is bringing people, political allies, friends, into these positions. And politicians here will understand what I'm saying. I'm against it completely. If we want Nigeria to be, Nigeria is a blessed nation. It's a great nation. It's a fantastic country. I went in there and I could see what we have as a nation. If we have the right people in place, we will be one of the best nations in the world. I know that. So it's a case of getting the right people there. And someone talked about leadership earlier on, and talked about the vice president talked, for former vice president Professor Ochiba talked about getting more of those leaders there. I think someone talked about getting the right leadership. But the issue is that for you to have that sort of leadership, we need to change the political structure and governance system in the country. Because what we have now will not attract those leaders. We have abundant leaders. Many of you here are leaders. You're Nigerians. We're talking about Shola. Shola, good to see you again. We haven't seen you for a very long time. She's a female leader. You're talking about Arunma. We have fantastic leaders in the world. We are one of the best, the DNA, Nigeria. Absolutely proud, smart people all over the world. We excel everywhere in the world. So that you cannot, if you look at the room, there's no shortage of leadership. It's a lie if you say this. It's a political leadership, and that is because the political system does not attract the best people. Therefore, we don't have so we need to change that system, and we need something local. not necessarily presidential, democracy. We need to play to our strengths and get the right system in place. If we do, Nigeria will fly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Segun Aganga, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun.
Thank you. I believe the question was based on the fashion industry and building sort of sustainability and operational resilience. Did I get the question right? Well, if I didn't, I'm just going to talk about what I like. I mean, I'm excited that you're from the fashion industry because two things. One is, if you look at the trajectory of growth, so you've had Afrobeats, you've had Nollywood, and the African film industry, fashion surely has to be next, right? So when we talk about growth, and this is one of my theories, and I'm not a scholar, so there's no empirical evidence for this, just what I think, that real growth in Africa will only come at SME level. Right? The era of industrial, they open one big factory and employ 5, that's over, right? We're in the digital, it's niche, it's brand driven, it's fashion, it's mom and pop, and we've got to harness that. We've got to harness it, we've got to support it, we've got to unleash it. And I think that fashion is absolutely up that street. I'd like to see the industry do. I'm not a believer in government must do, because government doesn't get it, right? You get it. So you have to get a group of people together and begin to engage with government. It was something that His Excellency, the Vice President, pioneered. We used to have these town hall meetings where we'd sit with the industries and we'd understand their problems at a granular level, and then we were able to begin to solve them. So those engagements need to be driven from the industry. Because really, you're the one that have the problem, so you kind of have to begin to shout and be an oily wheel, be a squeaky wheel and get oiled. So that's my first point. My second point is around new industries. So we talk about Africa, and people keep on talking about this wonderful revolution that's going to happen. And people have been talking about this since I was a child. So when people say, I just zone out, right? Because, we've been saying this since I was 7. I'm now a lot more than 7. So I think we need to think a little bit differently. We need to be niche and we need to be responsive. So let's think about the market for cannabis, right? Cannabis is $43 billion a year. We have comparative advantage. We have the sun. We don't need greenhouses to grow cannabis, right? But you have these conversations and people then say, then everybody will be smoking it. Well, it's like, hello? $43 billion. I mean, those who want to smoke it can go ahead and smoke it, but let's make the $43 billion. The pastor is very happy with $43 billion. So I think we've got to begin to start to have those conversations so that we can innovate quickly and work with our comparative advantage. And for a radical thought, why don't we just make it exclusively for women? We're not interested in smoking the thing. We will happily sell it and collect the money. So I think there's some conversations to be had that are very industry specific, industries like yours, education, the digital economy has all been spoken about. My son struggled with math. His math teacher was in Lekki on Zoom, and he was charging Naira until he figured it out. And then he came one day and said, he's going to charge us in dollars. But, he got my son through the exam. These are opportunities that exist, but they're micro opportunities. And I think government has to then, and that goes back to what Mr. Aganga said about the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Investment. I posit that is possibly the most important ministry in any African country. It's more important than the finance ministry because we don't control the price of oil. We don't control global interest rates, but we do control the micro industries and micro opportunities in our countries. So thank you. I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question, but tried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adeosun. Fabulous. Thank you so much for all those responses, and thank you for those who asked the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking from the flight deck. Everybody still on this flight? Yes? Fabulous. We shall now be switching on the in-flight entertainment. So this is your chance for a break. I think it's come at the perfect time. There will be teas and coffees outside. We'll be outside for about 20 minutes, and then we'll be ushering you back in. For those of you who are joining us online, again, thank you so much for being here. Please watch out for prompts from the hosts, and they'll let you know when we're back. So ladies and gentlemen, please take a moment to refresh yourselves and interact. God bless. Thank you. The microphone. Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate our celebrant as she comes back to her seat, Ms. Arunma Oteh. Thank you, everybody. Tammy, are you in the house? Thank you so much. Just give me a thumbs up when we're ready to go. And also, for those of you online, thank you for your patience. Thank you for remaining with us and for joining in the first place. We're very grateful. And in a moment, we shall be resuming our flight. Thank you. Okay. Tommy? Brilliant. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, how was the break? Very good. I like that. Can anyone top very good? Sir, I'm looking at you. Excellent. Superb, did you say? Yes. Going once, going twice to superb. Going 3 times. Sold to the gentleman in the blue suit. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Superb. Excellent. Anyone ready for the next section? Capital markets, global and Nigerian capital markets. We're going to be discussing next. There is a microphone on none other than Miss Oteh. Miss Tokunbo Ishmael, lovely to meet you. No, I was just saying hello. We haven't met, but I know you. I'll say hello later. Lovely to see you. Everyone, Miss Ishmael. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go. Tammy, yes? Fabulous. All right, so we're going to get this moving very quickly, if you don't mind. So we're going to move very quickly to our next panel. It's a standing one. I almost feel like we need that. Oh, actually, I have this, and I haven't used it once. This is the time to use it. It's not very effective, is it? Thank you, Mrs. Akikungwe. Thank you. You heard that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'll be grateful for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so welcome back from this break. I think there were some great interactions out there as well. Lots of people having conversations. So thank you for all those who participated in that. Very grateful. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to our third and final standing panel as we begin to bring this aircraft to its descent. Okay? So, speaking on the Nigerian capital markets, I'm going to introduce to you one of the students here doing our MBA at Oxford, Miss Ajibola Bolanle, who's going to moderate this session. There she is. Let's make her warmly welcome. And I'm going to call on for the third standing panel. As many of these lovely people who are here, please welcome them as they begin to come out. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Roosevelt Ogbonna, Mr. Bolaji Balogun I have seen, welcome sir. Ms. Chinelo Anohu, Owen Omogeafo, Shola David Boha, Mrs. Toyin Sani, Ibukun Adebayo, Papa Ndiaye, and Mr. Tokunbo Ishmael. Let's welcome them warmly. And Mrs. Nimi Akikungbe as well, please. Thank you. Oh, Mimi Alamayo. Yes, forgive me. I keep crashing into this thing. Yes, please. Let's welcome them warmly as they come. Ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I'll hand you some microphones. Every other one you can pass yours to her. Thank you, sir. That's it. Fabulous. And over to you, Jibola.
Thank you, everyone. I know it's going to take a minute to get everyone's attention after lunch, but a lot has been said with respect to leadership, with respect to policies, but capital market is extremely important. I've had the privilege of working a bit in that space, both at PricewaterhouseCoopers and also at the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Nigeria. So it's really important. The market is extremely important to the growth, the economic growth of Nigeria. So I have one question for you, distinguished panelists, industry experts that we have on stage. What is that one idea you have to make Nigerian capital market help the country unleash its potential? So just one.
Jibola, sorry, just before you continue, can we also have, forgive me, I'll just say the first names, Papa and Mimi, please, if they can come on stage as well. Let's warmly welcome them. I think it was easier to say that, you know yourselves. Thank you. Welcome. And once they're on stage, please, you can proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Happy birthday, Arunma. You've achieved so much. You're such an inspiration. You and I spend a lot of time talking about this particular statement and subject. My name is Tokumbo Ishmael. I'm a private equity fund manager based out of Nigeria, a pioneer impact investment fund manager. And I wanted to lay that down first because what I'm about to say is related to how we invest for impact, how we invest for sustainable development. So we pay a lot of lip service to the fact that small and growing businesses are the engine of growth in Nigeria, indeed in Africa. And as the engine of growth, they don't get enough fuel. And we try and channel significant amounts of capital to them. And I say try because that money gets stuck in certain places. I'm not going to point fingers on the kinds of institutions that get indigestion on that money. But for me, the capital markets need to begin to play a role in connecting ordinary folk in Africa to the sources and pockets of money. And I say we play a lot of lip service because when I talk about impact, we're talking about how ordinary folk can have access to financial services, basic goods and services, health, education, energy, etc. But when we look at the amounts of money that are allocated, indeed, Minister Aganga spoke about the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and the target for, or destination for Sovereign Wealth Fund, disclosure, the Sovereign Wealth Fund is an investor in my fund. But the target for the Sovereign Wealth Fund, there needs to be allocations to social infrastructure. We're not seeing enough of that. And the Sovereign Wealth Fund can't do it alone. We know that it also needs to make money for the economy. So we need to see more on the capital markets. We've seen a start, an emergence of sustainable development bonds. Indeed, on Tuesday, I'll be launching some gender bonds in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. but a lot of that money comes from private sector still, not the capital markets. So we need to see mainstreaming of funding from the capital markets to the engines of growth. One thing that my firm does is we invest in gender-smart businesses, leveraging gender as a tool for superior performance. What we find in all the companies that we invest in is where they have the biggest shortage is energy. The energy costs are too high. And so we've been working with a number of firms to green their energy source. Indeed, one of our portfolio companies has started supplying hydrogen, green hydrogen, to other companies in their community. So it's possible. But to get that funding, they have to basically give their blood. And so if we're not seeing enough funding going to those types of people, we're not going to see the kind of transformation we want. The same with digital infrastructure. We're not seeing enough funding going into that. And the capital markets need to have specific types of instruments that enable the gender inclusion, that enable the greening of companies for energy efficiency and digital transformation, because that's what's going to enable Africa to reach its full potential.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great start. But ladies and gentlemen, please, just for the sake of time, no reflection on you. Can I just remind you, standing panels, we don't want to keep you too long on your feet. Quick fire responses. What is your one idea to have to make Nigeria capital markets, enable the country to unleash its potential? Just drawing your attention back to that. So thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm the last person on, so...
Feel free to give anyone the mic.
Okay, I'm happy to let other people speak. My name is Papa Njai, and I'm the founding partner of AFIC Funds. We're one of the first private equity funds targeting exclusively African entrepreneurs from about 15, 20 years ago. And I also serve as the chairman of EcoBank Transnational Incorporated. So the topic of Nigerian capital markets is one that I grapple with on a daily basis. The temptation for me is to give a relatively sophisticated answer. We're here at Oxford. We're trying to come up with intelligent responses. But actually, I'm going to say what I say on pretty much every bank board that I serve that is talking in Nigeria. The things that happen in Nigeria that Nigerians live with and struggle with are not normal. So my biggest idea is for Nigeria to normalize. Taking cash from banks and giving it to the central bank to manage is not normal. Having COVID come and ask financial institutions to contribute to the COVID kitty instead of being supported is not normal. If Nigeria does things normal, I think that's the best thing that it can do for itself. It's tempting to come up with new products, and we need the gender bonds because we need to sort of get that financial intermediation going. But I think the number one thing, if there was a committee of capital market normalization in Nigeria, it will be the best thing that can happen. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. So happy birthday, my beautiful sister, Aim. That's what I call you. And I celebrate you. And I'm sure you can see that this gathering shows just what you mean to every single one of us and the impact that your 60 years on earth have had. And I know that this is an ongoing work. So God bless you. Now, I think the main idea that I have for the Nigerian capital market to unleash its potential is for us to recognize that the face of wealth is changing. The face of the wealthy Nigerian, the wealthy investor is changing. It's not the 60-year-old, 55-year-old that we think are the people that have the money. And to illustrate that, A pastor friend of mine called me on a Saturday morning and said, my son needs investment advice. And I said, how old is your son? He said, 23 years old. I remember I look at my calendar, including coming to Oxford. And ordinarily, to give my friend's son investment advice, that would be like a 2-month from today kind of scheduling. But then I just had a witness in my heart that I should give this young man attention. So I said, let him come over this morning before I set out on my Saturday outing. And then the young man comes in. He graduated from a Nigerian university at 19. He took up an international job. He's a computer engineer. He took up an international job. And this is 4 years down the line. He has relocated. He has moved on to another international job. He's relocated his family from where they were living to a more befitting accommodation. And he has a personal portfolio of about 500 million naira. He's 23. And then I start talking to him because now I want to link it to the capital market. And I begin to tell him about my Eurobond funds since he earns dollars. And I begin to tell him about, and it's like we're not speaking the same language. He wants to invest in global stocks. He especially wants to invest in global tech stock because he's a tech young man. And so bottom line is that we've got all these young people that are making incredible wealth. We've got all these young people who are in entertainment, who are in fashion, who are in technology, and we're not speaking the same language with them. So unfortunately, all that money is going to flow out of our market. So I thank God that our DG, not only is he here, but he's embracing digital assets and transformation. So we need to do this on steroids so that we can retain the interest of these young people who are doing incredible things and are making great wealth. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Arunma. Throughout my career in Stanbic, IBTC, and Standard Bank, we worked very closely with Arunma at SEC. And it was such a breath of fresh air. Her coming in, she raised the standard of capital market regulation. And together we were able to work to sort of improve and strengthen our capital markets. And one of the things we've always focused on is trying to expand access to capital markets to as many people as possible. And I think what needs to be done is to demystify the capital market. In any time you hear capital market, most people sort of just go blank. They think of all kinds of words that they don't understand. But, it can be demystified. And we've heard from earlier speakers about how the SME is a driver of growth in Nigeria and in Africa. So connecting the capital markets to that micro sector is key. And it's creating more and more instruments that they can tap into. So more mutual funds, more unit trusts, and various instruments which they can participate in at a micro level will be the driver of growth in our country. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mimi Alamayo. I'm a senior advisor at Three Cairns Group. It's a philanthropic investment firm in New York focused on sort of unlocking climate finance challenges throughout the world. One idea I have for Nigerian capital markets to enable the country to unleash its potential is really maybe continue what Papa said, is normalize Nigeria in the sense that Nigeria has 4,000 megawatts, I think, of functioning power, right? I always compare Nigeria to Brazil, which has similar population. Brazil has 150,000 megawatts. Compare that to 4,000, right? In spite of that, Nigeria has the best financial institutions. You have creative industries. It is the engine of the continent. So I always wonder, if Nigeria got its power act together, imagine the jobs for the youth that we could create, right? You need more industries to be listed in the capital markets. I love Aliko, but he can't be 30% of the capital markets in Nigeria. We need more industry. In order to create more industry, we need power. And His Highness the Emir knows this. I used to be at a Blackstone portfolio company. Blackstone literally gave us $5 billion to invest in power infrastructure. The first country we targeted was Nigeria. I'm so glad the former vice president is here because he helped us so much. We were working on a power plant in Osibanjo. It took, not Osibanjo, in Akwa Ibom, that's in Akwa Ibom, and one in Kano as well. A very big project, and was Blackstone's first kind of hooray into Africa. They had done a project in East Africa and Uganda, but it took so long to get to financial close. They got frustrated and they left. I'm not sure when Blackstone will come back again, right? But we felt like we lost this opportunity. The Emir was our chair of our board. Aliko was a JV partner to us to co-invest with us. And we always talk about this lack of bankable projects in the continent. And now I'm actually happy because I'm focused on that, using philanthropic capital to de-risk some of what you're doing, Arunma, at FSD. I know we're talking a lot about Nigeria, but I do want to mention my country, Ethiopia, because Ethiopia started its stock exchange January 8th. And in large part to Arunma at FSD, the board, they provided the TA. So it's possible. I see the potential of capital markets, but really, I honestly think power is everything. Power is the engine of industry. Nigeria has to fix its power. And I hope we can all do that.
I chose to speak last because I was going to do something quite different. I never listen to what I'm told, so I'll do more than one big idea, if you'll pardon me. First idea would be to teach every young Nigerian from the age of 10 financial education, and importantly, to teach them about compounding and duration. Second big idea, and a very simple one, is often Nigeria and Africa very much described as a dark continent. Nothing to do with the color of our skin, all about the opacity of financial information and the transparency of financial information. If I had the opportunity to, I would say that from the 1st of July this year, every single Nigerian government agency should use the capital markets in raising financing. If the NMPC, Nigeria's biggest opportunity, perhaps not problem, were to use the capital markets, I think we'd see a very significant change in behavior. Firstly, they'd have to audit their numbers and produce their numbers on time, like every good listed Nigerian company does. They might also have to get a rating, and that can be quite an invasive and intrusive process. It might one day provoke a young analyst, female analyst from Chapel Hill, Denham, who might ask why the cost-to-income ratio is significantly worse off than other national oil companies of size. But we may actually finally understand the full extent of Nigeria's NMPC. This is such an easy thing to get done. If you asked every Nigerian government entity to use the domestic capital markets for their naira or international capital markets from their dollars from the 1st of July, I think you'd be quite incredibly surprised by the transformative effect that it would have. And lastly, but very importantly, thank you, Arunma, for being an incredible friend, inspiration. Many of you will not know this, but a lot of the work that we've done around developments in Nigeria's capital markets have been egged on by her. I remember sitting next to her in Cape Town at a conference 10 years ago and complaining about Nigeria's infrastructure. And she said, do something. I'm very proud to say that today we're Nigeria's largest investor in infrastructure in the capital markets, in local currency, and that's just an example of the incredible inspiration or revving that she does for us. Many happy returns, sister.
We will.
Even though we didn't get the memo about green. And,
don't worry, there's lots of time to sing tonight. Did Papa want to say something?
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I got suckered into the technicality of the question, and I forgot the thing that is more meaningful for me to say, which is to wish Arunma a happy birthday.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
And secondly, to echo the sentiments, we need to get Africans together in fora where we can think. We're behind, and we have no time. So Arunma, thank you for being that type of inspiration. Every person here who's of some substance and significance, take this as an inspiration. Let's get all of us together and keep thinking.
Fabulous, thank you. As a challenge. Any closing words from you, Jibola?
Yes, I think this has been really amazing. We want to say thank you. And I think most importantly, right, it is also very important for us, the young ones, because we're the future. So you saying all of this, I've walked in the space, I've seen you several at board meetings and all of that, but at the same time, it's also a beacon of hope that, you know, this can be done. We need to stop just talking about it, but doing it.
Fantastic.
So we would do our very best, and happy birthday, Ma, for giving us this very great platform to do this, and we'll do our very best to learn from you, take lessons, work together with you, and do what we have to do.
Thank you very much. Together we can make a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, they want to sing, but I will not allow them to sing because there is so much time for singing later. And right now, I know you all want to go, so let's sing them out. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're singing you out. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not our friend, so I'm going to call up very quickly our final sit-in panel. It's for the global capital markets. Please welcome to moderate that session a lovely lady, believe it or not, we're from very different parts of the country, and we found out about a week ago that we grew up in the same city, Ibadan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Suraya Ahmad. She is also a student here doing her MBA here at Oxford and also a co-chair of the Oxford Africa Business Alliance. Suraya, please come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, yes, let's appreciate her warmly. And for this session, as you can see on the screen, we're going to welcome Ms. Julie Becker, Timi Agama, Bola Onadele, and of course, our one and only Ms. Arunma Oteh. Let's welcome them. While they're coming up, ladies and gentlemen, please, thank you. I want to say thank you to all of you for your patience. We're almost there. We're on our descent. We shall be landing very soon, so please just bear with us. Thank you. Fabulous. I'll take that.
Sorry?
Yes.
What do you want me to say? Here.
Just over there is fine. Brilliant. Next to the moderator.
You can,
Do you have mics already? Are you mic'd up?
No, I'm not.
You see, right in the middle. Perfect. There you are. Here you are, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, Suraya, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayo, from the other place. I would like to, first of all, wish Ms. Arunma a very happy birthday. And I have to say, when I learned that I was going to moderate this panel, I had a mini panic attack. Firstly, because I wasn't sure how I would do justice to Ms. Arunma's expertise in the capital markets, but also because I know that the height of expertise in the capital markets are sitting on this panel. So I will start with Ms. Julie, because I know we don't have a lot of time, who is currently the CEO of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. No, sorry. Yeah, Stock Exchange, yeah? Okay, and then the Luxembourg Green Exchange. Ms. Julie, in your experience, and I know we've talked a lot about leadership, about development, about sustainability, but one thing that ties this whole thing up is how world-class capital markets can help address climate change and social challenges. So I would love to get your perspective of that.
Thank you very much for the interesting question, and of course, happy birthday, dear Arunma.
Thank you. She's actually my forward author, so we're co-authors. Yes.
Well, it's a privilege really to be here today among such distinguished speakers and audience. How can capital markets transform the world at the end? That's the question. I think it's very important to understand that capital markets is not just a goal, but really a responsibility to shape a different world and to contribute to transforming our societies. And it's very important, as it was just said, about how to mobilize investors and how to make sure young investors especially understand the role they have to play in society, in investing in the real economy, in making sure that they support finance as a force for good, and they contribute to the development of the real economy in a sustainable way. What is important, I think, to more precisely respond to your question, I think I'd like to articulate around a few arguments that have been developed already today, but to make sure that capital markets can shape society and make them inclusive and contribute to a better world, we need first to make sure we contribute to financial literacy. That's education is absolutely key. And that's the reason why in Luxembourg, we created the Luxembourg Green Exchange back in 2016, which is the world's first platform on which we display only sustainable securities. So for potential fashion experts and not financial experts in the room, a sustainable securities may be a green bonds or a social bonds, which is at the end a bond, but which finance a specific green, environmental or social housing projects, for instance. And we only display those bonds in these platforms. And this was created in 2016, a few weeks before I met Arunma Oteh in the World Bank in DC. And today, this platform encompasses more than 2,200 green, social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked bonds, as well as gender bonds. But more importantly, those bonds help finance more than $1.2 trillion of sustainable projects across the world. $1.2 trillion out of the small Luxembourg. So education is absolutely key. And that's why beyond this platform, we decided to create an academy, making sure we can share knowledge and build capacity, not in Luxembourg, or not only in Luxembourg, but worldwide, and especially in emerging markets. And currently, I have some colleagues right today on the ground in Rwanda, helping building the Kigali Financial Center. But, and that leads to my second point, which is linked to partnerships. Partnerships and cooperation is extremely important as well to transform society, and that's the reason why as well we are partnering with other exchanges, such as FMDQ, but also with Cabo Verde, for instance, that we helped build their blue exchange that finance the blue economy. And the objective is really to make sure that we can mobilize investment and help direct capital flows, not only towards sustainable projects, but also towards emerging markets where they are suffering the most from climate change. The third element will be innovation. I think innovation and fostering innovative financial products is absolutely key if we want to transform the world and address the global challenges we are facing. And I'm thinking particularly to gender bonds that was mentioned just before. On the platform, the last innovative product which display is gender-focused bond. And we were very proud in 2023, at the occasion of the International Women's Day, to display for the very first time a gender bond from NMB in Tanzania, which help empower women and finance women entrepreneurs. And this was just one of the first, but we today display more than 70 gender bonds, and the idea is really to encourage other issuers to enhance the visibility of SDG 5 when they finance it and report on how they allow women to thrive, because as it was said also today, women and gender equality is absolutely key to climate action. The fourth element, and I'm almost done, is about policy alignment and policy support, which is also extremely incentive. It was touched upon. I'm not going to expand much more. It's very, very important to have this policy support and the right tax incentives and frameworks that are in place to encourage capital markets to thrive. And finally, as it is also about the book of Arunma, this is about all of this. It's about leadership and strategic vision. Is extremely crucial if we want to put all these 4 elements into practice. And so to conclude, what I'd like to say is that the green exchange we put in place in Luxembourg can be scaled up across the world. So the 1.2 trillion US dollars we had financed through the platform is an example that can be replicated in other countries. And that's the reason why we are partnering with exchanges around the world to help them grow and make sure they are visible amongst investors and especially international investors. So as I had the opportunity to address Head of State at the United Nations AGM in September 2023, I'd like to take again this conclusion. I address them by saying that through innovation, education, and global cooperation, all hands on deck, we can and we will manage to mobilize private investments towards sustainable economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Julie. Such great insight and valuable lessons for us to learn from the Luxembourg Green Exchange. I would like to go to Mr. Timmy next. Mr. Timmy is currently the DG of the Nigerian Exchange Commissions, and sorry for any attacks in the previous panel. Just apologize. Yeah, I want to talk about regulation because a lot has been said about policy, regulations, and how that helps to build capital markets. And I would love to get your perspective on that. At the risk of getting a little bit out of line, I would also like to add another question with regards to innovative policies that you think can be implemented to ensure inclusivity and access to global capital markets at the Nigerian level.
Thank you very much. I wish I had a whole day to deliberate on this, but not to worry. I'll do my best to give the best of the questions I've been asked. But before I do that, I want to particularly express my joy to be being here, and also to thank Ms. Arunma Oteh, who is the celebrant, and wish her well on her 60th birthday. Beyond all of this, for your information, Arunma Oteh has been my boss. Wow. She's my boss and my mentor. And at the arrival of Ms. Arunma Oteh at the SEC, I had the singular privilege of taking her to her new office. Haven't done that, you know. She continued to mentor me. I continued to work with her. She continued to mentor me from various angles. I haven't spent the last 22 years at the SEC before providentially becoming the Director General of the SEC. So to a lot of things that I am and I do today, I owe it to her because she brought me out into, you know, the crowd to do the things. And those things, one of them was planning. From the beginning, she started planning. And the first thing she did was to bring people together and to set up a committee to look at the challenges in the market. And the title of that committee was World Class Capital Market. This was in 2010. In 2010. And that was shared by Adedotun Sulaiman. Soon after that, we finished all that was, reported and recommended at that period. The next, she couldn't rest. She continued. And now she set up the next committee, the Capital Market Master Plan Committee. And having done that, she made me the project manager of that committee. That committee was that work was a 15-year roadmap for the development of the capital market, wherein you had several, line of actions to be taken to move the capital market to where it should be. However, there were challenges. But those challenges, well, as it is normal, right? There are opportunities, so we say. So in every challenge, there are opportunities. And to just let you know, because it is important to lay this background for you to understand the impact she had in the market. In 2010, that she, came into the capital market scene in Nigeria, the capital market capitalization was 5.6 trillion, right? By the time she left, 5.6 trillion naira, yeah, that was what it was. Then by the time she left, it rose to 16.8 trillion naira. This is the impact. Right? So there are statistics to show exactly what she did. She brought the capital market into limelight. People that didn't know about the capital market began to think about it. And of course, I am a product of Arunma's, legacy. So I am so glad that I had the opportunity to be here today as the Director General of the SEC, being one of our students, and certainly I will not disappoint her or disappoint my country. What do we really need for a, viral capital market, as we'll say? Strong corporate governance. You can't miss that. And that was one of the things she championed. Of course, she would not continue in the seat. Some other person must take, her place and continue the work. But it's dependent on who actually took her place. Today, we are changing the script in the Nigerian capital market. As of last year, in my appointment as the DG of the SEC, the market has grown to 63 trillion naira. Just last year, we were able to raise 2.3 trillion in the banking recapitalization exercise. It has never been so good. We have over 98% success in banking recapitalization, as we speak. We have improved the market, in terms of mutual funds to over 3 trillion naira. This is as a result of policies and, rules, laws, and all that we need to put in place to get the market moving. So corporate governance is critical, making sure that the companies do what they need to do. Enhancing transparency is very, very critical. Transparency and integrity of the market is just, a no-brainer. It must be. That is the way to deal with the challenges or the opportunities of the capital market. Then the other part that we need to do to grow the market is about capacity building. We speak, about the capital market, and we know that it's very technical. But one thing that is important is that we must continue to educate the Nigerians and the professionals that work within the Nigerian capital market. Because without you building them up, you are not able to show them the new vistas that are available for development. The capital market must be a solution to Nigeria's problem from every angle. Because it is totally unacceptable to say you are looking for short-term funds to be able to run a long-term project. That doesn't work. The only place you get long-term funds to run the long-term projects that we need to deal with in terms of infrastructure and normalizing Nigeria is actually the capital market. From every angle, everything that we need to do in Nigeria today, is it hospitals? Is it road infrastructure? Is it agriculture? Just name it. In every angle, what is required is money. That money is long-term money. And where do you get the long-term money? From the Nigerian capital market. So government must understand. I was, literally clapping in my heart when Bolaji Balogun was talking about the fact that directing that every government institution from July 1st comes to the capital market to raise capital to deal with the challenges that they have. That is the only way we can bring some form of equity, some form of regulation, some form of order to industries and companies within Nigeria, and even in our government institutions. Because when you raise capital from the market, there's something that comes with it, accountability. And that accountability is what we need to move our nation forward. There's not much time, but exactly, I think we need to move on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Timmy. And I think what I find incredible is that years after Ms. Arunma has left SEC, there is still great impact that she continues to make, and that is really fascinating. And I also love that you echoed the point on normalizing Nigeria again. So thank you very much. I'll go to Mr. Bola now, who is currently the CEO of FMGQ Group. And Mr. Bola, I would like to ask about your thought on how stock exchanges and similar institutions can help build world-class capital markets.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. Happy birthday, Arunma. I must apologize for the way I've turned out. Actually, I didn't know I was going to be on the panel, but Arunma'd me this morning. I came here to dance to Flavor. So I'm going to apologize for the way. But I'll try and wing it, you know. So when she Arumas you, she engages you, or you go to her and she convinces you. I just woke up to a message, you're going to be on the panel. So you can see everyone's got notepads and jottings and iPad. I've got nothing. But I've been in this business for about 12 years, so I can speak to that question. And if I bring the context of Nigeria and Africa, I think I'm going to lay to what Bolaji Balogun said. The capital market in Nigeria has been struggling, and despite the statistics, okay, let me correct it. The first thing she did was not setting up those committees. She cleaned the corridors of the SEC building. If you remember, the buildings used to have files and everything. And a week after she took office, I went to SEC and the building looked clean. Thank you very much. So that was the very first thing she did, not those committees. But
no, we were making faster improvements. Exactly. So the files didn't have to be on the different floors.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were not in cabinets, they were in Ghana must go, but I won't say it. I forgot. So government in Nigeria, some regulators, and a lot of the stakeholders are yet to understand capital markets. When we want to solve our problems, we just go to the banking sector. We don't think of solving our problems through markets, and that's the biggest challenge. And none of them, I'm sorry, will qualify by July 1 to come to the market. They won't qualify. If you really want to do it, then we need to go to a word that was used earlier, courage. Someone in government, as high as the level of vice president or president discussed, must articulate the vision that they want for capital market in Nigeria. I don't think it's happened. And until you do that, you will not then follow with the philosophy, the architecture, and then come to leadership. You have to start from that courage. What do we want to be? Do we know the number 3 country in foreign exchange dealings in the world? Singapore. These things are from visioning, and it has to start from the government level. We want to be number 1 in Africa. We want to be destination for capital. Immediately you say that, a lot of things will start falling into place. You cannot have the sort of foreign exchange market that you say you cannot move money out if you want to be the hub for international capital market. It's not possible. If you want people to come, there's capital in Nigeria, there is money in Nigeria, but so many things need to be fixed. So when you start with that vision, then you go to philosophy. You cannot have that vision and be fixing exchange rate. They're not compatible. So we've lost not 10 years of the last leadership in central bank. We lost 30 years of the great work that some people, predecessors, did, like the Emir of Kano here. So let us understand it. If we want to speak to what stock exchanges or securities exchanges will do. There's nothing they can do with the sort of architecture, philosophy, lack of vision that we have. There's not much. We've got kids coming from age of 9 to FMDQ every year, every summer, to learn financial markets. And it tells you what that country can be. There was a question on the potential. When you talk to these kids by day 3 or day 4, what they've learned and what they're saying. But what's going to happen later when they grow up? Exchange rate is fixed. You need to beg someone to get dollars. All those things we cannot do. So we have to go back to number 1C, courage. And from that courage, we're going to get to visioning at the highest level, where the vice president says, this is where we're going, and everything is falling into place. Number 2 is community. Number 2 is community. All the stakeholders, there's need for trust in that community. Whether you're a regulator or you're a government official or players in the market, there's need for the community international. You cannot want to develop your capital markets and you'll be working out 27 financial portfolio investors from central bank building. You have to be serious. I don't think we've been serious. It's going to take a lot. We have new leadership now in central bank, in Securities and Exchange Commission, in PENCOM, and we hope the right things will be done. But I struggle where there's no vision. And that is still lacking to me, where someone says, do you know what? We're going to transform the Nigerian capital markets to become this, and then all of us are working. Then there'll be changes. I tell people, my competitor is not this company. The competition is transition. Things are changing around you, and you do not understand, and you are not following it. The younger population do not want to invest in flour mills. They want to invest in the sort of stocks that people talked about, and it has to be easy. So if you say you're not good to get involved with crypto and all these things, go and check the statistics on what is going on in the world. Transition, and gradually, without a vision, you're going to miss it. The last, you can call it opportunities, but there will always be challenges. Then you solve them. So I'm sorry I didn't prepare, but I've just given you the 4 C's. Courage, community, change, and challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bola. I guess not being prepared got us some really hard truths, so maybe we should have a few more unprepared panelists. I have to say that was incredible. Thank you so much. Before I get started with Ms. Arunma, and I'm being very careful here because I know we do not have time, I would like to seek your permission to pause for a bit to deliver a message from the young woman in my cohort. And I just had to do this because ever since we came to Oxford, when we were walking through corridors or speaking to each other, we talk a lot about you. And when we do, we talk about how we're fascinated by your ability to not just shatter glass ceilings, but literally break down walls to achieve such impactful reforms globally. Like some people here, Jibola did the panel on the Nigerian stock exchange. She's watched so many of your videos as a young child and has gotten so inspired. We've been following you for ages and looking at what we're doing, and we've been wondering, as African women, what is it like to be able to go from the vice president at AFDB to VP and treasurer at the World Bank to DG of SEC, and to be able to speak truth to power? And I have to say, you have continued to inspire us, and we want to say a huge thank you. This is not just from me. There's so many other young women sitting there. A huge thank you. We would like to say a huge thank you for being a role model to many generations of women. Thank you. So now let's dive into the questions. Okay. when I saw the title, All Hands on Deck, Unleash Prosperity Through World-Class Capital Markets, initially I was told there's a book on capital market. I was like, okay, then there is All Hands on Deck. So I wondered what really inspired or motivated the title of the book.
Soraya, I like to follow rules, but permit me to break the rule a bit and start by thanking you and the women in the cohort, especially because since you arrived, I've been doing all my other duties. I haven't spent as much time as I would like. And you know, each one of you, when I've met you, you've been absolutely phenomenal. It's like forgive me. It's like you're my daughters or something. You know, it's like I really, really appreciate you, and I appreciate the kind words. I also just want to say thank you to Julie Coco, as we all know him, Bolanadele, and my DG, Dr. Timmy Agama. Each one of you has been instrumental to the work that we did in my time as DG SAC. After that, and Julie and I have such fun stories to share. And when I asked her to be the forward author for my book, I think she was between COP29 and there was another program somewhere and all that, and she came back and said, don't worry, I'll do it. And when you read the foreword, it's a very, it's thought-provoking like her message is, but it's also very personal as to some of the things that we worked on together when I was treasurer of the World Bank. And the approach which we share, which is to be compassionate in how you do things. She didn't want to tell the story about meeting me at the World Bank, but maybe I'll tell a little bit of it. They just didn't expect that the World Bank people will be interested in them. And they asked for a meeting, and I'm like, oh, I'd love to meet the CEO of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, and I'd want to meet the CEO of the Green Exchange, because she founded the Green Exchange. Coco knows that he's always humble, but I tell the story of going to the meetings that our current DG goes to. So the capital market regulators are a great community, because when we want to catch people, your other regulators help you catch people. So when money has left your country, you can find the money because there's collaboration. So we launched FMDQ before one of those meetings, and I went to one of them, and everybody was queuing up in the break just to talk to me about how is it that people come to you and seek regulation, because they could operate without regulation, but they came to the SEC to seek regulation, and he was the architect behind it. And we asked and asked and asked for things. And Dr. Agama, I am proud of you. You've been such a great example of what I think it was Mr. Shegwanganga who said it, and echoed by some of the other public sector leaders around make sure that you look out for good people when you come into an organization. And Dr. Agama is that person. And I'm really grateful to God that you have the opportunity to lead the SEC at this crucial time. Permit me to continue on my thank yous. My family has been very quiet and listening, and they've come from all over the world to be here with me. But if somebody ever asked me what is the reason for my success, the first is God. And after that, it's my mother and father and all of my family. I celebrate each one of you. They don't like to be as visible, so some of you know them and have said hello to them. The second influence was, for me, education. I didn't get to invite anybody from St. Louis Primary School, Kano, where I did my primary school, but my classmates from high school are represented here. The Federal Government Girls College, Owerri. Yes. I know that resonates with some people. But I have a special person here. And she was phenomenal with all of us. My secondary school principal, and I left secondary school 44 years ago. And Miss Everett, I'd love you to stand up and be recognized. Yes. Yes. And she's you know, and I use her to kind of make the point around that each one of you here is connected to me in a very special way. You know, we've got dignitaries here led by Professor Osebanjo, our former vice president. But my connection with him was that, as he said, he was my pro bono lawyer. And I celebrate him, and I do celebrate him in the book. I'll explain why I celebrate him. Because he was my pro bono lawyer before our former President Buhari hired him to be his running mate. So when President Buhari hired him to be his running mate, I thought he would just drop me like a hot potato. But Professor Sibanjo was in court himself, and we won our last case on the 15th. On the 15th of February, 2015. So for those who know Nigeria, he was already doing campaigns when we won our last case, and he was in court. Yeah. So, yes. So, and I can go on about, you know, the emir, where we were absolutely amazing partners, because the banking sector made up, at the time I joined, I think at least 60% of the capital market. So I was doing market conduct regulation. He was the primary regulator. But with two of us, they could not wriggle out. Yes, what we need to do. So he's been such a, and by the way, even when the deputy speaker is also here with other politicians, and he is the House of Rep member that represents the area that I come from. I celebrate you. But when I had my altercation with his predecessors, they thought that it was the emir of Kano who sent me. And what I said to him is that I keep quiet until you find my trouble. So very quickly they understood that we didn't send each other, but that we needed to be bold because we cared for our country. To my big brother, Mr. Shagwaganga, you know, he talked about coming from Goldman Sachs and arriving in Nigeria. You know, no. But I want to say that when we wanted to take our first enforcement action, which was huge, which was to take out the leadership of the exchange, I went to him and I said, "Oh, but the law says that." He says, "Oh, no, we have to go and talk to the president of Nigeria." And that advice was wisdom. And so something that I share is also people need to seek wisdom. And if you surround yourself with good people, they'll help you. And my sister, Mrs. Adoshu, she was a partner in crime, and she accuses me of making her come to government. But she was working and helping me when I was so I say this just to make the point that each one of you represented here is really special to me. But I have my classmates from the Harvard Business School represented here. Yes, thank you. And I have my, my colleagues from the African Development Bank, from the World Bank, Yassine, Mr. Matayo, my sister Buki, not Cecilia Akintomide, the other Buki, because everybody knows that sister Buki and I, Cecilia Akintomide and I, Emeka Okeke is here. So I've got my World Bank colleagues, so when they were bashing World Bank, you heard too. I have my SEC family, and I'm absolutely honored that when I asked you if you would come and be a part of this celebration, and he got his this thing one day before you, his SMS about the panel. So my current families, the Royal Africa Society team. I see Andrew Skipper, who's here, Michael Burgess. You heard from the CEO of the King's Trust International. I just and then I just want to celebrate Saïd Business School. And I want to celebrate our dean particularly. And there's a woman that I call, I don't know if she's in the room because she's always, okay, she is in the room. I call her my African queen, Tammy Brophy, who when I shared my vision of how I wanted to celebrate my 60th, and she just took it, ran with it, and took it to another level. Tammy, thank you for what you do for Saïd Business School, for University of Oxford, for the continent of Africa. Tammy is, she's Zimbabwean, South African, English, Irish. She loves society, and of course, the students adore her. And forgive me, Tammy, I could not help because I may not have the opportunity to celebrate you. So I know that I've missed a lot of people, but each one of you here, oh, my God, my women leaders, the women execs on boards. I can see you people. Ako, Rosie, Kathy, and all others. Susan, thank you so much. I celebrate all of you. So sorry that I didn't follow the rules, and I know I took a long time. So I'll be quicker in responding to your question. So your question is why the title? Yeah. So let me start with the second part of the title, which is Unleash Prosperity through World Capital Markets. So for me, I cannot believe that I've lived in this world for 60 years and we still have poor people. And I cannot believe that in the continent that is the wealthiest continent in the world, that we have some of the poorest people in the world. We have the highest number of countries in poverty. So I'm constantly saying to myself, how do we solve some of these problems? The former vice president told us about some of the cataclysmic things that could happen with climate change. And I'm just saying, but there has to be something different. And I have lived a life of understanding the capital markets. Mr. Bolaji Balogun made the point about, we should get financial education for, I think you said from 11, from 10, okay. So I was 8, and you'll read the story, and some of you are very familiar with the story, when, after dinner, my father would have us take turns to read the annual reports of companies that he and my mother had invested in. And yes, they invested in those companies. Who said that you should not invest in Nestle and the blue chip?
I said they are not. They are no longer.
Okay. Because my parents were very poor civil servants, so they paid for our education through the dividends and the capital appreciation. So I agree, and Mrs. Akinkube said that, the former vice president said that, Mrs. Julie Becker, financial education. And for me, it's finance is life. So if you teach them and catch them young, and we have there's a program at the SEC that continues to run that's called the Catch Them Young. So for me, it's fundamental to understand that finance is life. And so you start very early. So I was fortunate because I had parents who gave me that opportunity. But I just said to myself, if we arm people with the skills they need the discipline to wait until the future, to enjoy something. That is what saving and investing means. But that gives you discipline as a human being to run your life. You know, to postpone gratification so that you can have, you know, a much bigger gratification in the future. And I can go on and on. But I'm just saying that I just thought maybe people haven't focused, like you said, Coco, on the real value of capital markets. And so I thought, I've spent my entire life focused on this area. So maybe I can share what it means if you leverage the capital markets. I mean, companies in America wake up and die every day. In Nigeria, before you set up a business, you know all your money is going to go into it. There's nobody who's going to give you money and all of that. So there's a whole ecosystem if you have capital markets that are easy, if you can raise long-term finance, and so on and so forth. So I thought maybe that's what is missing. And we both connect on it because she talks about the Sustainable Development Goals, that if we're going to do anything about the Sustainable Development Goals, then we must focus on raising medium to long-term finance. Now, all hands on deck. Financial education, the individual. Companies, you can raise money. The DG of SEC Nigeria talked about the fact that the capital markets do more than raise money. I call it beyond finance. So the issues around corporate governance, the issues around that integrity, you know, you invest in companies that are doing the right things. And so there's more value beyond finance, is also that a message I have. Governments can raise money for infrastructure, and hopefully between all of you and all the market participants here, maybe you can bring those companies to market so that they can behave well. So that is why I talk about all hands on deck. If you're an individual, there's a role for you to play. If you're a company, there's a role for you to play. If you're a government official, if you're a government, there's a role for you to play. And I hope that what we've done today is the beginning of us as individuals saying, what can I do more? As an individual, as a company, whatever role you're playing. And I will just say, all hands on deck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arunma. And I have to say, this panel has been a great mix of global capital markets and emotions. Like, we cannot even begin to talk about the emotional side of the tributes and the great people that you have worked with all your life and how they've all shown up for you. And what is really amazing is also seeing that many people in this room today have been testified to be people of high integrity. And it speaks volumes about the life that you've led, the career that you've led, and what we can all learn from it. So thank you very much. And yes, all hands on deck as we all contribute to a more sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished panel, thank you very much.
I need to remain.
Yes, Miss Arunma will remain. And of course, we now know we have at least one flavor fan. Let's appreciate him. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just for a moment, I'd love to ask you to just focus your attention on the screen for a second. And for this part, we certainly do need all hands on deck. Yes. 2, 1. All hands on deck, ladies and gentlemen. Fabulous. Fabulous. Very exciting moment, this unveiling. Anyone excited? As I am? Yes? I know she is. Yes? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, forgive me. For the first part of the unveiling, I'm going to welcome up to unveil the easel here. Please welcome His Excellency, the former Vice President, Professor Osinbajo, who is going to help lead this section, and also Ms. Sheila Everard, Ms. Arunma's lovely high school principal. Please welcome them as they come up. They are going to lead for us. And of course, please welcome His Royal Highness, the Emir of Kano, as he comes as well. Mohammed Sanusi II. Thank you. Professor Benedict Orama, please welcome him warmly. He's not here.
He's coming tomorrow.
He's coming tomorrow. He'll see the book then. Okay. And we also have Rakesh Wahi.
Yes, he's here.
Mr. Obi Oteh, her brother, please come. And yes, sir. I'll just give you some room. And I think we are good.
No.
No. Professor Sumitra Dutta, please come. I said something. And then, of course, anyone else you'd love to invite, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
I'd like to invite...
Yes, please. Let me give you... Do you have your microphone still? Yes. So she's going to invite a few other people, so please. Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Henrietta Ojako.
Please sit.
Mrs. Henrietta Ojako.
Yes. Please, let's warmly welcome her.
My younger brother.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, if I can just adjust this a little bit. I'm going to need two of you to kindly...
Miss Everett.
Yes, Miss Everett. Thank you. It's a bit delicate. She's just been told off, ladies and gentlemen, by her principal. Yes, yes. Can you do one more, please? Yes. On behalf of all the people that were Arunma today. Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Adeosun. Miss Everett, can I have you on this side, please? Just watch your step. Forgive me. We need two of you to just literally lift these two corners. Otherwise, it might... Yes, from the rear. Sorry. Yes. And so, there we are. On 3, 2, 1, and we have all hands on deck. Brilliant. So, the deed is done. Yes?
The books.
Yes, we're going to do the books next. Can I just keep...
So you need to move us.
Well, it's a photo opportunity as well, so I just love everyone who wants to, the photographers, to quickly catch this moment.
Miss Everett and Mrs. Ojako.
Yes.
Because they're doing a photo op, right?
Yes.
What would you like us to do? Okay. I should be in the middle.
Shall I see if we can move this in between you, maybe? Should we try that? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Let's see. Sir, can I just slip this between both of you? No, I want to, if you come to this side, sir. Sir, just to the side. Thank you. So sorry. Brilliant. We don't want to cover you.
Careful.
Yes, just once. The vice president was just trying to hide back there. Yes. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your help. That bit is done. Your Excellency, thank you, sir. Yes. Okay, for the second unveiling, and we might invite our guests back. So, sir, please be comfortable, but we might want you back in a moment. Okay, brilliant.
So we finished.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, and for the second part, we're going to actually see the books. So I'm going to invite up to lead this section. Please welcome the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu is here. Please let's welcome him. Thank you. And he has with him colleagues from the House as well. Honorable Chris Nkwanta, please welcome him. Honorable Jinja Onwusibe, and Honorable Ibe Okwara, please welcome them as well. In addition, we have Honorable Nkem Kama, Mohammed Ajia, and Ifeanyi Okori. Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you, sir. And we're going to go to the other end. And of course, Ms. Arunma Oteh.
He has a quick remark to make. Oh, okay.
You have the phone.
It's not no room for him to speak. He wanted to say a few words. That's all.
So when they do it. Let's warmly welcome them as they come up. Thank you so much. Sam.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let me do this as well. Okay, we have Mrs. Osoka. Sorry, sir. How are you?
Very well.
Thank you.
I don't have time.
You're fine. Okay. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Okay, again, if I can just ask you to do this very gently from the front. And Ms. Arunma Oteh, is she coming up? She's not coming up. Okay, great. We would love to take pictures. Yes, so the Deputy Speaker and someone else to help, please. If you can just take it from here and just unveil. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all hands on deck. Thank you so much. I'm just going to cross over there, okay? So, we have seen the easel, we have seen the books. There's going to be some signing outside. We're almost there. And thank you so much, all of you. Who's come the longest way to get here? Yeah? Everybody. Yeah? Anyone from Japan? Yeah? No, not everybody then. Australia. Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, from the US. Fantastic, thank you. She is coming for a picture. Let's appreciate her.
Sorry, but where is my auntie, Mrs. Florence Osoka? Because I gave up my spot because they said...
We must do... Mrs. Osoka? Ah. Yes. Watch behind you.
Yes, and then you can say something at the end.
Where is he? It's like.
We've been calling you. We didn't hear your name. Maybe
Okay.
And then straight to the drink show.
Yes, absolutely.
We are going to do a group photo, aren't we?
We
Is
are,
that the plan?
yes.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Tell-
going to be from that direction. So if you sort of come around this way a little bit.
Okay. We'll just let them step up first. Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Welcome, man. Lovely to see you. Welcome, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You okay? Brilliant.
Oh, do we have?
We have more. That's the thing. Yeah. I can just, Auntie, just come over here so we can see you clearly. Right in front of the flowers as well. Watch the book.
Where's my auntie?
Brilliant. Okay. Has anyone ever experienced the book being unveiled twice? This is your moment. Okay, are we ready?
I want to be on the other side and get the speaker.
Fabulous. We're there? Okay. I shall just do it myself because all the people are down that end. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, I forgot the chairman of the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
The chairman of the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
Yes.
You will not be forgotten, sir. Amen.
Actually, I didn't forget. He forgot because I gave him the list.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, but I
Sir, I think right here, or do you want to come closer? Over here, okay, by the speaker. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know that the books are here, but wide angle lens, yes, you're good? Fabulous. You need the gentleman over there waving his arms. That's the one. Yeah. We're good? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all hands on deck. Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. As they get back to their seats, we are so grateful for your time, everybody. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You see, you look very well, even without a tie. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this aircraft is touching down. Yes? Anyone excited? We are on the tarmac. Yes. Okay, so as they continue to return to their seats, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. For those of you joining us on the live stream, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to move things along very quickly. I want to take a moment to really appreciate everyone and these lovely gentlemen who are speaking to our celebrant on the stage. Well, they should be moving off it. Yes, let's appreciate them too.
So they're actually my sons.
Yes, our sons who are going back to their seats.
Wait, are we doing the family photograph? Yes.
We're going to hear a few words very quickly from the Deputy Speaker. But Auntie Arunma, don't go. I fondly call her AAA, amazing Auntie Arunma. Please don't go. Yes. We'll say about that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen.
Speak at the end. After
yes, exactly. So we're going to take a few pictures very quickly, and I'm going to call the groups very quickly. If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, one sec. You like my bell, don't you? Ladies and gentlemen, please, please, I shall wait a moment to gain your attention again. You have been graceful all along, and I'm sure you will begin to be again. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're just closing off now, and as you know, we have another event at the Sheldonian, so we have to move very quickly. There will be some book signing opportunities outside, potentially. I'm not sure how that will go, but we'll see because of time. But please just bear with us. We want to take a few pictures very quickly, but we'll close first. But before we do that, we're just going to hear a few words very quickly from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives as he comes up. But before that, we're going to take the pictures with the family members. Can I ask you to please come?
No, we'll leave family.
Okay, family
Harvard
later.
Business School.
Everything is moving on now.
Yes. Harvard Business School.
Harvard Business School classmates, would you please kindly come up on this side, please? Harvard Business School. Thank you very much.
Women execs on board.
Women execs on boards.
Sorry? No, my issue is that
Ayo, which one is he?
Who else?
The women execs on board.
Women execs on boards. Can we have you next, please? The women execs on boards.
I think you stole her. Have you done this already? At the end. That's what he'll close with, that my book is the number one bestseller. But I said they should bring up the
Harvard Business School first, please.
I don't know. Let's take pictures. No, he's trying to. He's telling us that we're running. Okay, yes. Let's keep going.
Yes.
You're doing a great job, by the way. Really, it's outstanding. Thank you so much.
Your choice. Do we want the easel in it or not?
Not necessarily.
Should I just move it away then?
Yes, because it's taking our space.
Thank you.
So I need to
Let me just move it that way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the face of Harvard. Yes? Yeah, all right. Women execs on boards, please, next. And everybody over here. Okay. The women execs on boards, please. They're all here. Okay, as well. Okay, together. Brilliant. Okay. What else?
I'm just bringing my son.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, almost there.
Try again. Okay. We'll get our average age down. That's good. We'll get our average age down. That's good.
So that's it on pictures?
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, excellent.
And you can take your books. They're yours.
Okay. She said they're yours. You can take them. Yeah. She said, yeah. So tell everyone, please. Yeah, she said you can take them. They're yours. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Can they bring back that slide with the bestseller and then you say something?
Yes. Can we have that slide back regarding the book's status as a bestseller, please? Ladies and gentlemen, upon the book's launch, by the way, it came in first in 5 categories. On day 1, I think, yes? So please, let's warmly appreciate the hard work that has gone into it. Thank you so much, everybody. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there's some refreshments for you outside. We meet at the Sheldonian like yesterday. We're already behind. So if you can all head in that direction after your refreshments, will be much appreciated. It's been great and an honor to moderate today. Thank you very much. Love you all very much. And have a great day. God bless.